Ruben's handing off that pistol grip tool to Victor Glover. He'll hold on to it and get set up for the next series of tasks where it'll be used to install the struts on the left side of the mast canister.
So you can take the lid off now?
Thank you.
Got it.
Right, Frank, ready for settings.
Okay, Kate. First, the WIFX extension will come to 1. So your new settings will be 6 Golf 1.
And can we start at the APFR?
Sure. Your APFR settings will be 12 Papa Papa Hotel 12. So the pitch goes to Papa Papa, the roll goes to Hotel.
Copy.
And Ike, once you have that PGC secure, you can start to retrieve the left mid strut. That'll be straps 12 and 13.
Secure on my swing arm, right?
For the PGT, affirmative.
Okay. And you said you want the lower, which strut? Lower left?
Left mid strut. Left mid strut.
Left mid, okay. Copy, left mid.
Hey, Frank, I've got Golf. APFR.
Say again, please, Kate.
Is that Golf on the APFR?
Yep, that should be Hotel. Papa Papa Hotel.
Sorry, Hotel.
Again, Ruben's configuring the portable foot restraint that you're seeing from her high-definition helmet camera view. She'll be working with Victor Glover here shortly. They'll be trading roles in using a pistol grip tool to secure the left struts, the left side of the modification kit.
Frank, this pitch knob is pretty stiff.
Yeah, we're seeing that, Kate. Good job on working with it.
Papa.
And verify pitch knob is popped out.
A-firm popped up.
Copy. There'll be hotel on your roll.
Yeah, we did that already. Going for one now, perfect.
Okay, great. And so you'll receive the left mid strut and stow that on your BRT.
She's still adjusting the WIFX.
Oh, yep, sorry about that, Kate. I forgot that we had done the APFR first. So your WIFX settings will be 6 Golf 1. Extension goes to 1. And just a reminder that you'll have to hold out the knob so that it doesn't pop back in every time.
Another hand.
Thank you. Teamwork.
And it is in. Pins out. Pins out.
All right, guys, great teamwork. And those looks like good settings on the WIFX and the APFR. So, Kate, before you ingress, you'll want to get the left mid strut and put that in your BRT.
Didn't work. Sorry, I that closer.
I'm kind of stretched out. If you could pull me.
Have it out of my BRT rep.
Okay. If you can hold it.
Yep.
Okay, you got it.
Yours.
All right, back to the bag. Your hand.
Yeah, if you want to hold it for a second.
All right, you got it.
Okay, Frank, mid-strut is on my BRT.
Okay, great, Kate. And now you can ingress the APFR. Ike, you'll be retrieving the left lower strut, straps 7 and 8.
Left lower, right? I show those on straps 5 and 6.
Correct. Ike, it should be left lower. We were showing straps 7 and 8.
Okay. Well, it's the left lower strap 1.
That's
And it's in 5 and 6.
okay. Sounds great.
Frank, I'm Ingress.
Copy, Kate.
Ruben's confirming that she's in position, ready to receive that lower strut from her position. She'll be able to install it on the upper triangle. In the meantime, Glover will take the lead for using the pistol grip tool to secure it.
Affirmative, Kate.
Ruben's confirming her position. Again, Glover will be the one to secure the lower strut to the mast canister itself using the pistol grip tool, and Rubens will also use her pistol grip tool to secure it to the upper triangle.
Keep coming towards me exactly as you are. Okay, I have control, but I'm not ready.
Okay. You have control.
And Kate, you'll want to run to the nearest handrail stanchion on the left lower strut.
Copy left lower strut. And by nearest, you mean the nearest the M22 bolt?
Affirmative.
Okay, I am ready. I have control. I can release your it or send it to me and I can release it.
It's right here. I'll release it.
Sending it towards you.
Okay, it's off. It's the bag. You got it.
I've got control.
Got control.
All right, guys, nice job on that. So, Ike, you'll be translating to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mast canister, left side.
On the way.
And Frank, I'll be inserting your L5 here and driving M22, correct?
That's affirmative, Kate, although we will have Ike install his side first.
After I, yeah.
Yep.
Copy.
And guys, you're doing great. Just want to let you know, about 2 hours in, our limiting consumable is battery for both, approximately 8 hours, and we're about 15 minutes ahead on the timeline.
Great news, both Rubens and Glover making their way through the timeline even faster than expected. And the limiting consumable being battery, they got plenty of margin at the end of their spacewalk to get at least this modification kit fully installed and begin the work on the next modification kit, the brackets being installed on the other side of the P6 truss. Glover getting into position to install the lower strut to the mast canister. He'll have to install his side first before Rubens begins work on her side, holding on to the upper triangle.
Okay, I think I'm in a good position. So give me a second to get my...
No problem. I'm keeping it straight away from you.
Thank you.
Save each other.
And Kate, also, can you verify that the L5 grounding pit pin is released from the strut location?
Oh, sorry. It is next to...
Yep, so you can pull that pit pin out.
Done.
When you're ready, I'm ready for the bottom.
Okay, coming toward you.
Hey, slow down. You come on a little bit. All right, I got it.
Okay. Got control. I have it ready.
You keep control, please. I'm just going to guide this bolt. Can you pitch it towards the mast canister? Oh, perfect. Hold that.
The helmet camera view from Victor Glover installing that lower strut onto the mast canister.
Okay, Frank, get hand started with 2 turns.
Okay, great job. So you'll be using your short PGT. Settings will be alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Copy.
And I just, since it's got such a moment arm, I still have a hand on it, maintaining loose control.
Yeah, please stay that way until I'm done with this bolt.
Concur.
If you can.
Glover has 2 turns on the lower strut. He's going to bolt it a little bit more into place, giving it about 4 more turns with the pistol grip tool, the space drill, before Kate Rubins maneuvers her end to secure it to the upper triangle. She'll be able to use her pistol grip tool, secure hers in place, and then both of them will take turns securing that strut into place.
Okay, Frank, what were those settings?
Alpha 1, clockwise 1. And you'll be driving Mike 21, 4 turns only. We have a handover in about 1 minute. And Ike, that's a total of 4 turns, so if you already had 2 turns, it's 2 additional turns.
Alpha 1. Likewise 1.
Good words.
Additional turns.
Good words.
Additional turns.
Okay, and again, we have a handover here in about 20 seconds. Kate, you can install the left lower strut to the mounting bracket, L5. Your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, Ike, if you can maintain control, I need to get my PGT.
Okay, just
Or is
a
it?
second.
Now entering into a short handover period, losing audio and video very temporarily from the International Space Station. This again is a view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The teams here in Orbit 2 are walking through Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, walking them through their steps to install a modification kit, struts and brackets on a mast canister on the Port 6 truss that originally deployed the solar arrays out there. This modification kit will allow a future set of solar arrays to be installed on each of these mast canisters. There'll be one solar array installed on the mast canister that they're currently working on.
I'm back with you. How do you hear?
I've got you loud and clear, and this will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2 to torque 15 turns.
That's good words, Kate.
Rubins confirming her pistol grip tool settings before she drives the bolts necessary to connect the lower strut to the mounting bracket, part of that upper triangle that she installed very recently, to the upper portion of the mast canister. This should be the last maneuver she needs to perform with the pistol grip tool to secure it to that upper portion of the bracket. Now, Victor Glover only has 4 turns on his side, so he'll complete the turns on the lower side of the mast canister to affix that portion of this modification kit.
Clockwise 2 set at degree 8 inserted.
Copy, Kate.
Can I hand start this?
Yes, Kate, you can do that.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're in one of the longer handover periods scheduled for our coverage of today's spacewalk. Again, the team's here walking through the procedures, following along with Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, who are on the outside of the International Space Station on the far Port 6 truss. Kate Rubins is working to secure the lower strut to the mounting bracket using a pistol grip tool, a space drill.
About 3 turns, hand start. And let me just confirm. Bravo 1, clockwise 215 turns.
Good settings and affirmative 15 turns total. And Ike, as Kate is working on that, we will take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Hap is dry, gauntlets are in place.
Frank, I've got 11.8 for good green light. 6 turns on the PTT plus 5 hand start. 4-5.
We copy, Kate, and we're checking. Okay, and Kate, Mike 22 is a good volt. And so, Ike, next, you'll be finishing driving. Just a warning that this is now a pinch point, so keep fingers clear of lower strut pad to BGA interface when driving the bolt. And Ike, your settings here will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2. This is going to be a running torque, so you'll do 10 turns only, and we'll get a running torque. Important not to let go of the trigger during those 10 turns.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Ten turns, don't let go of the trigger.
Good words.
10 total turns, correct?
Initially correct. We'll get a running torque and give you the settings after that.
I'm just talking about right now. I'm doing 10 turns right now, correct?
Affirmative. 10 turns only.
Two hours, 6 minutes into today's spacewalk, Rubins and Glover have successfully installed the upper triangle portion of the modification kit to the mast canister. Kate Rubins has successfully installed her end of the lower left strut to the upper portion where the mounting bracket is. And Victor Glover is finalizing his steps with the final few turns of the pistol grip tool to secure the lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
5.3 on the torque.
Okay, we copy, Ike. It looks like we torqued out, so we are checking. I'll have words for you shortly.
Stand by.
Frank, grounding to pin is installed with the difficult test.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. So Ike, if you could hit it again at 25.5.
Okay, copy.
And Ike, we're just looking to see if you can get additional turns.
Should be regaining views from the International Space Station here momentarily. When we come back, we should see a good left strut. Perhaps Victor Glover finalizing those turns.
Guys, we're going to have you hold here while we check, and we'll have a handover here in 5 seconds. I'll be back with you shortly.
Copy.
Stand by.
Glover completed the turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. Engineers on the ground will just verify that that's a good torque and just make sure everything is secure before they move on to the next steps. In the meantime, it sounds like they're going to take a glove and hap check. We'll hear this periodically throughout today's spacewalk, making sure there are no scrapes or cuts on the gloves and making sure the helmet absorption pad that they're currently wearing on their heads is nice and dry.
And Kate and Ike, back with you guys. We're still checking. Kate, I'll go ahead and take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and Ike will finish your glove check, please.
I think it works.
Work.
And Frank, gloves are pristine, no damage. I have gauntlets in place.
Copy, Kate.
And ED2, no change for the glove. No change for the glove. So I have gauntlets in place.
Copy, Ike.
Coming back with some video from the International Space Station and entering into an orbital nighttime. International Space Station is 269 statute miles just south of the coast of Australia, heading northeastern into an orbital nighttime.
Ike, can you let us know the status of the black line? Is it flush yet or not?
Negative. It's about a quarter of an inch from being flush.
Copy, quarter of an inch.
This is a helmet camera view from Victor Glover, who's at the base of the mast canister. You see off to the right there, that's the lower strut that he installed, completing his turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. We're just waiting word from the engineers here on the ground that the torque and the position of the bolt is all good before we go ahead and move on to the next few steps. We completed the installation of the mounting bracket and the upper triangle. This is the next step, the lower strut. Rubens and Glover will work together on the next series of steps to install a middle strut on the left side. That'll complete the left side before they move on to the right. It'll be a mirror image of what we're working on now, a lower strut as well as a mid strut.
I thought the Bravo 7 was in the 30s. I thought it was 30s something
30.
pounds, but
35, 36, yeah. 30.6.
like that, but it was only 25.5.
Hi guys, apologies for the delay here, but what we're going to do is remove Ike's bolt and try again. So Kate, we're going to leave your bolt in place. Ike, your PGT settings will be Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
Okay, copy.
So Glover, this is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. They're going to give this bolt another shot, completely unbolting it first before redoing the series of steps to bolt the lower strut at the base of the mast canister.
Okay, Frank, the Wolf is popped out, is released.
I've got a
Copy,
hand
Ike.
on the,
If you can inspect the bolt and the interface for any damage or FOD.
I can help maintain control of that.
Okay, Frank. Interface looks good. Can you bring it back towards me, Kate? Sure. Pushing the bolt out. There's a little bit of orange residue on the threads. You can see that in my WVS.
Ike, we copy and understand, unfortunately, not able to see it on the WVS just because of lighting. You have a good view there, just we can't make it out.
Okay. It appears in a couple spots that the threads have been worn down.
Okay, we copy, Ike.
just a little as if there was metal on metal. Most of the threads are the same dark gray color. And that orange stuff appears to be some kind of gunked up, not filling the spaces between the bolts, but there's definitely something on the bolt that's orange.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Thank you, and we're checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're looking at a helmet camera view from Victor Glover's spacesuit. That's camera number 20 at the bottom right corner. Glover has unbolted the lower strut.
We'll have words for you shortly.
Engineering teams here on the ground are analyzing the next steps before attempting to rebolt that lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
Okay, so Ike, we think that orange residue is part of the locking feature. So at this point, we're going to try again, and we'll just start in the install. So verify spherical bearing alignment, and then you can hand start the bolt.
Okay.
And I can help control from this side, just stretch me as needed.
Roger.
Bringing it a little bit closer to you.
You come toward me down. Okay. Okay, perfect. So Frank, this spherical bearing, it seems like it's supposed to rotate a little bit. It's supposed to be locked in one position. Just about flush with the interface on the strut. It does seem like it could pitch a little more station later, and it might be perfectly flush. I'm not able to rotate it.
Okay, we copy Ike, and we're checking. And so, Ike, if you need to, you can either use your hand or a ret to maybe try to realign that spherical bearing prior to hand starting.
Yeah, Frank, I don't think a ret is going to do much. Maybe this thing moved at one time. I don't think it's
Okay, copy.
and it's like degrees from perfectly flush. It's not can't hit a whole lot. And the bracket moves, so it will move to be flush with the spherical bearing as I start to install the bolt. Doesn't start off that way.
Okay, copy. Do you think that's causing a misthread because of the angle misalignment?
I don't think so. I think it lines the bolt up as we're driving. I'm not sure what the bolt, if the strut then kind of pitches and has an orientation it wants to be in. Seems like the spherical bearing makes the pad on the lower strut line up, and then it seems like it will drive straight once it's engaged. But it's not because the spherical bearing is moving, it's because the has a little bit of play.
Okay, we're checking. I'll have words for you shortly.
You know, if I can help. I don't want to put too much load into the system, but I can help stabilize a bit from this end.
Okay, yeah, that's what you're doing now is perfect.
Okay.
Okay, Ike. So what we're gonna have you do is just try to hand start it and just maybe give us some feedback on how you think that's going. If that's causing a misthread or extra friction as you're hand starting it.
Okay, yeah, hand starts very nicely. I've got 2 turns on it now. Okay, Kate, are you putting any load into it, or?
Negative, I'm just very lightly stabilizing.
Yeah, and it seems like there's still play. The bracket's a solid interface, so.
Concurrent, when you reload, I can see the play up here.
After I got like the 3rd turn pretty easily, and now in the 4th turn, there's a lot of running torque. Copy.
Okay, so Ike, with those words, and we're just going to go ahead and try driving it again. So your settings will be Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are getting a live view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
Hand turns.
Engineers on the ground are happy with the current configuration, so they're giving Glover the go-ahead to proceed and drive the bolt.
Okay, I got, excuse me, I got 10 more turns. Green light 25.3 on the torque. Now the black line is about an eighth of an inch, maybe just slightly less than an eighth of an inch, 2 millimeters from being flush.
Okay, Ike, we copy 10 additional turns for a total of 13, 25.3 in green light.
Big copy.
Can I see that left or right?
Yeah.
And Ike, we're checking those numbers. We'll have words for you shortly. Kate, we were just wondering, did you make any TCV changes? We saw a change in your battery.
Yeah, when it became night, I just went down to like 0.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Kate.
I turned my glove fuses on also.
Okay, copy. All right, so Ike, based on those numbers, we're going to go ahead and go to manual ratchet. Your settings will be ratchet clockwise, 30.5.
Copy.
And Ike, we're anticipating approximately half a turn additional, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
Work.
Good and square from up here.
Got a quarter of a turn. Quarter of a turn. I got about a half, just over half a turn, and then I got the ratchet.
Okay, copy half turn and good ratchet. And you can put the PGT back into motor. Actually, Ike, before doing that, can you verify or let us know where the black line is?
It's done by handwork. Whoever painted this black line painted outside the lines a little bit. It's flush on the top and a millimeter on the side. A flush on the top and a millimeter from being flush on the side. It's very, very close.
Okay, we copy. We'll work on our kindergarten skills over here. I'm still in manual ratchet clockwise. You want me to stay there? Copy, Ike. We're checking.
Like whoever drew around M22 did a lovely job. Very nice Sharpie.
Okay, guys. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back to this bolt, either at the end of this EVA or next EVA. But Ike, for now, you can put your PGT back into motor.
Motor set.
And then Ike, you will leave the PGT on handrail 5372, bias it towards the right side. And Ike, as you're working with that PGT, could you please do a wiggle test on that lower strut and sob interface?
Wow, that's interesting because a couple turns ago it had some wiggle, but it is solid now.
Okay. Yeah, we see that. Thanks, Ike. So again, you'll put that PGT on handrail 5372.
And can you help me with a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut? I forget.
Say again?
I'm looking for a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut. Pull that around. I don't know if you can see that. On the left side. If not, no worries.
It's kind of going up toward your underarm pit. Just don't tighten the brake a little bit. It's going aft and then up to your underarm pit. If you can push that down, it'll help get you started. Push that down. Rotate it, no? Yeah, that helps. Loosen the brake.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay. All right, got it.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're looking at the helmet camera from the view of Victor Glover aboard the International Space Station.
Mid-strut? All right, go ahead with Ike.
Nope, I was just going to say that, Kate. So, Ike, after you leave your PGT on the handrail, you'll verify that the MLI is covering the lower strut pad. And then next, we're going to work on installing the left mid-strut.
MLI is in place.
Copy. And so, Ike, you'll translate to the mass canister left pad install location. And Kate, you'll be retrieving the left mid-strut and releasing the pit pin from the lock position if that wasn't previously done.
Work.
I remember that on the next one I could have done that.
Yeah, I think it's okay to keep it in the lock position because that way it doesn't extend out when it's on my BRT.
Okay. Yeah, you prefer that.
I like that.
And guys, I'm going to hand you over to Christina for a couple minutes while Ike's translating.
This is a high-definition view from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. They just completed the duo outside now. Kate Rubins and Victor Glover completed the installation of the lower strut. They may come back to it to give it a couple of extra turns, but right now they're gearing up to install the middle strut, and that'll complete the installation on the left side of this mast canister. You can see from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover crawling up the side of the mast canister, getting into place to secure that middle strut,
and you're going to have the side pass.
which is currently in the hands of Kate Rubins. The voice you're hearing from Mission Control Houston is Capcom Christina Cook, taking over temporarily from Ground IV Frank Rubio.
Got the strut extended.
Okay, I see that it looks like Ike has the side pad, and that means, Ike, you're a go to install the left side pad to the mass canister. Just make sure that arrow is pointing up. You're going to engage the right side and then pivot to the left to get the soft dock.
I still have control so that you can holding it loosely, but I've got control.
Back at the helmet camera view of Victor Glover. It's a similar procedure to installing that lower strut. Both of the astronauts will be using pistol grip tools. Victor Glover will first secure the mid strut to the mass canister with his pistol grip tool before handing it back over to Kate for her to install it. Each of them has a pistol grip tool in hand.
Trying to get the right side to pivot. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get this base plate to pivot. Like locked right there. Nana, you got any words on how to make this pivot a little bit more?
We are talking about it, and it looks like you're doing everything we would recommend, pivoting like what you're doing right now. Are you able to do that enough to get that right side under the lip? And Kate,
let go or
lift.
Kate, if you have any more play to move it out to your left side, that could help him as well.
It's engaged. It's engaged.
Okay, I'm still holding on to control.
Nice job, guys.
It's a good soft dock, and it was also the MLR. The MLR is kind of pushing it out.
And I see soft docks, like, they're reasonable, but they're pretty heavy pieces, so the center pad overcame it. I'm just holding it very still in position. It's easy to come back out again.
See, Nana? Got in 1, 2, 3, and 4 in my face.
Ike, say again?
Next.
Okay, we are ready, if you are, for your PGT work here, and I can give you settings. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2. Clockwise 2 is set.
And you are going to be doing bolts 1 through 4 to torque. It'll be about 11.5 turns, we think.
Copy. Torque.
Just FYI, mine were 7.
Okay. 3.6 on the torque. 7 turns on M1.
Copy, 3.6 on the torque, 7 turns. And did we get a green light?
Green light.
Okay, you can move on to the next bolt, and I'll hand you back over to Frank.
Thank you.
Nice job, Nana.
All right, guys, back with you here. So now that Ike has put in one...
Glover working on installing that mid strut. There are 4 bolts needed to secure the middle strut to the mast canister. First one is down, 3 to go.
Man, I'm going to wait till we get to the second bolt.
Wait, okay. Yeah, wait, just tell us what's next.
Copy, Kate.
Am I installing all 4, or is she going next?
Yep, you actually can work concurrently after the first one, and so, but that's fine to wait till the second one, Kate. So yeah, Ike, you'll just continue to work through all 4 bolts.
Okay,
And
I
Frank,
can go while
let's,
she's working.
you know what, let's just get this side pad on. My experience with the, upper triangle, we want to get this fully bolted before I start putting bolts on this side.
Okay, we copy, and that's, we concur with that plan.
I got 2 on the opposite side, Kate. You can get started if you want. 2.7, green light, and that one was 11 turns. So it's not even moving. My side is nice and steady.
Okay, gotcha.
We copied. Was that 3.7 or 2.7?
3.7.
Copy. 3.7, 11 turns, green light. And Kate, for you, your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And that last one I gave you, Frank, was M4. On M3, I had 9 turns, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
Copy. 9 turns, 3.6, green light on M3.
Glover currently working to install that middle strut. 4 bolts needed, 3 are down, 1 to go.
Loads into it. It flips out of position for me. Finish your side.
I must have been slipping on that one, Frank. Must not have been engaged. I counted 17 turns. It's flush like the other bolts. Got a good green light, 3.7 on the torque.
We copy all, like, 17 turns, 3.7 green light. We'll check and agree that you probably were slipping on that. Could you please go back to M1 on the same settings and see if you can get any more turns?
Copy.
Glover completed driving all 4 bolts, going back to 1 just to make sure it's nice and snug. That'll complete his installation after that. He doesn't have any more tasks to drive this middle strut, and then we'll leave it to Kate Rubens to affix the middle strut to the mounting bracket on her side with her pistol grip tool.
Additional turns.
Copy. No additional turns on M1. Okay, Ike, that is a good install on the side pad. You can store your PGT, and then Kate, your settings on your short PGT will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, I've got Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set.
And as a reminder, you may need to egress the APFR, and you can use the mod kit for body positioning only for this install. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 28 to torque. We anticipate approximately 15 turns. And guys, we have a handover here in about 10 seconds, so I'll be with you shortly on the other side.
entering into another brief handover period. We're losing video from the International Space Station temporarily. You're getting a view at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. These are the teams supporting today's spacewalk, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. Next to him, Frank Rubio is the voice you're hearing here from Mission Control, the ground IV, walking our two astronauts through the intricate procedures. To his right is NASA astronaut Christine Cook taking on the Capcom role. You'll hear her voice as well occasionally. And Art Thomason taking on the spacewalk officer role. He knows the procedures backwards and forwards. With the support of his team in some of the back rooms, relaying those procedures and checking and verifying all of the steps, making sure the bolts are tight, the torque is good, all along the way, and relaying that to the flight control teams. Again, we have a good middle strut on Victor Glover's end, just waiting to install it on Kate Rubin's side. She has to use her pistol grip tool to affix it to the mounting bracket on the forward end. She's on the tip of a portable foot restraint to get her a good angle on that mounting bracket, having her install that. After she's complete and the engineers say everything looks good on their end, we'll switch over to the right side and install the lower and mid struts on the right side.
Copy. 10.5 turns, 11.9 green light. We're checking. And is the black line flush, Kate?
Affirm.
Copy. Thank you. All right, guys, that is a good bolt on Mike 28 and a good install for the left mid strut. So, Kate, you can stow your PGT and install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block. And Ike, as Kate is installing the grounding pit pin, you can release her ret from the left mid strut.
Okay. Ready for that?
Ready for it? Got it.
Yes.
With that, the left side of the modification kit, the brackets are installed. You have a middle strut there, and just below this view from Victor Glover's helmet camera, we do have a lower strut on the left side, as well as the upper triangle that containing the mounting bracket that will eventually house the future iROSA solar array upgrade. With that complete, the two astronauts will move on to the next side. There's, again, a mirror image of what we've just worked on the left side. You got a lower strut as well as a middle strut. They will work on the lower strut first. Coming up on 3 hours into today's spacewalk.
Frank, I've got my BRT ret back on my BRT. Pit pin is installed in the grounding block with a good pull tab.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. And Kate, you can egress the APFR, and we'll be rolling it to a new setting.
Route this pit pin so it doesn't interfere with future M16 and 15.
Copy. Good plan.
Or when you get up here, my friend.
regaining views from the helmet camera of astronaut Kate Rubins, who's currently at the end of a portable foot restraint. She's been in this position to install the lower and middle struts. You can get a good view from her angle of that configuration. She'll move over and reconfigure the portable foot restraint. You see is leaning slightly to the left from this position to get a good angle on those left struts. She'll do the same thing on the other side, just maneuver the portable foot restraint over, leaning slightly to the right, and get a good angle to install the lower and middle struts on the right side.
Okay, Frank, I've egressed the HSR. I also have my red back for the lower strut.
Copy, Kate. And you'll be changing the roll on the APFR to Charlie. So your new settings will be 12, Papa Papa, Charlie, 12.
Roll to Charlie.
You may see a few views of the Earth as Kate Rubins works to reconfigure her portable foot restraint. At this time, the International Space Station is 262 statute miles, passing right over New York, heading over the Atlantic Ocean.
And Ike, you're going to be retrieving the right mid strut. That should be straps 9 and 10.
Got it in hand.
Roll is in Charlie, re-ingressing.
Can I be giving you this first?
Nope.
Giving her the mid-right first and then the lower right, like we did last time?
Affirmative. And Kate, as you receive the right mid strut and do a ret swap, you'll want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
I'll be closest to the side pad.
Then as far as you can go, I can try to reorient. Awesome.
I've got it. Alright, I've got control and ready.
The bag red is off. Got it? Yep.
I think the mid-right strut is ready to my DRT, closest to the side pad.
Copy, Kate. And now you can ingress the APFR. Ike, you'll be retrieving the right lower strut. That's straps 5 and 6.
Only one's left. Got it in hand.
And you'll be transferring that with the clevis bolt towards Kate.
Kate Rubins easing her way into the portable foot restraint. This will be the last angle she needs to install the right two struts from her position at the top of that foot restraint. Attached to her by way of body restraint tether is the middle strut. She'll have that ready to go whenever they're ready to move on to that task. In the meantime, you can see from the helmet camera view of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover off at the strut bag, getting that lower strut out of the bag. That'll be the first task for them on the right side, is installing the lower strut. The tasks will mirror what we just saw on the left side. They'll position the lower strut at the base of the mast canister. Victor Glover will secure the base of the lower strut in place first with a few turns before allowing Kate Rubins to drive the pistol grip tool on her end, securing it to the mounting bracket. And Glover will finish off the job with his pistol grip tool.
to the lower strut, you'll want to red to the handrail stanchion that's nearest to you.
Copy.
3 hours into today's spacewalk, the two spacewalkers are more than halfway done with the first modification kit on the 2B power channel.
Okay, I have control. Control and edit.
Okay.
And I'm just going to hold this here while you translate. Let me know if I need to move it.
Let's see.
I can move it more neater.
I need to get that red off.
Oh, okay.
So can you push it back toward me?
Yep.
Yeah. Caught on the MLI.
Kate Rubins now has control of that lower strut. She's just going to hang on to it while she's in position on top of the portable foot restraint, allowing Victor Glover to make his way over to the work site on the base on the right side of the mass canister. That'll be the position he needs to be in order to drive the bolts of that lower strut.
Let's see. Never mind. Fat fingers in the way. Okay, you got it.
I got control.
Red is off.
I'm just going to clear it from your translation path.
You're fine.
All right. You're totally clear.
And Ike, you'll be translating to the mass canister right side fob launch bracket.
On the way.
Okay, you can release the L6 grounding pit pin from the strut stow location.
Frank, how are folks liking the heck of you? Give me the points anywhere?
Yeah, it's a pretty outstanding view. It's like nonstop, great pictures.
Right. Frank, I didn't wear a camera on me. We got an HD video for you. Holy VA.
Yep, and also of note, it's actually significantly better than the WVS view, which is coming in very broken.
Okay. And that's the WETA issue, correct?
And that may be a tight fit for you there. You may want to go around the canister.
Roger.
There should be a pretty good translation path around the bottom side of the canister.
On the way.
From this view, you can clearly see the masked canister. It is the soda can looking structure at the center of your screen. The astronaut with the red stripes is astronaut Kate Rubins. She's at the top of a portable foot restraint at the perfect angle to install the final two struts on the right side. Astronaut Victor Glover is making his way over to his work site at the bottom of the masked canister.
I hear you, my friend.
His next task is to install the lower strut on the right side. Getting a good angle, he'll need to use a pistol grip tool, the space drill, to secure that strut into place. That strut currently in tow by astronaut Kate Rubins. She'll hand it off once Victor Glover is in position.
I feel like this setting is one more click of roll, and I like it.
Kate, I understand you would want one more click of roll?
Negative. I feel like it is one more click of roll or something different than the other side, and I'm liking it very much.
Copy. Thank you.
Your future IRO stuff.
All right, I'm in position.
Okay, coming towards you slowly.
And Ike, you'll want to verify the spherical bearing alignment, and then Kate, also a reminder to avoid imparting loads during the lower strut bolt install.
Copy, and same thing, I'll just hold it. I've got control, but gentle.
Perfect. Last time, the sun was right in front of me doing this, and same thing's happening now. Awesome. Same thing on this side, I'm not really able to influence the orientation of the spherical bearing. Just about parallel to the front of the strut bracket.
Copy, Ike.
Okay, and started. 2 turns.
Copy, Ike. And your PGT settings will be alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Glover has the lower strut hand started, just a couple turns with his hand. He'll now move over and use the pistol grip tool. You can see just out of his reach. Give it a few more turns with the space drill before he hands it over to Kate Rubens, who has her own PGT, pistol grip tool, and she'll secure the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket.
And Ike, again, you're looking for alpha 1, clockwise 1, and you'll be driving 4 turns total, so it should be 2 additional turns.
Alpha 1 clockwise 1 6 for 2 additional turns. Two additional turns.
Copy. Kate, you can install the right lower strut L6 to the mounting bracket L6.
Okay, I see L6. That's the M20 bolt, correct?
And Kate, that is affirmative. That is the Mike 20 bolt.
And I'm assuming you'll see the hand start?
Affirmative.
All right, Glover has the lower strut secured on his end temporarily. Now Kate Rubens just hand tightening the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket. She'll then use the pistol grip tool to secure it in place.
Kate will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And you'll be driving Mike 20 to torque, approximately 15 turns total.
Right, I've got a low torque 10.4. Go ahead, it says 10 turns. And I just don't mind,
Okay, to understand, 10.4 on the torque, 10 turns.
left shoulder. If you move your left shoulder away from it, that might have been starting to bit. All right, I drove it again about a quarter turn, 11.8, the green light, torqued out.
Okay, understand green light, 11.8, about a quarter additional turn. Can you confirm the black line is flush?
Affirmative, black line is flush.
Copy, thank you, Kate. We're checking those numbers.
Okay.
Okay, Kate, that's a good install for Mike 20. You can store your PGT. Ike, your settings will now be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And with that, we have a good install on the mounting bracket. Kate Rubin successfully installed that lower strut to the top portion where she is working, her current work site. Now going back to Victor Glover, he only has a couple turns on the lower end of that strut. He's going to go ahead and finish it off with his pistol grip tool, making sure it's secure to the base of the mass canister.
Good settings.
For EMU, PCVs at 1.5 plus heaters off for the day pass.
Copy, Kate.
Got it, 6 turns, green light 25.4.
Can you say again on the turn count, please, Ike?
6 turns.
Okay, understand 6 turns and 25.4 on the running torque.
And it torqued out, it's green light, yeah.
All right, Ike, could you please hit it again at the same torque or same setting correction and before we move on to manual ratchet?
Green light 25.4 in an eighth of a turn.
Copy, Ike, and we're checking. Okay, Ike, based on what we saw on the other side, we're going to back this out 6 turns only. So your settings will be Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and you'll back it out 6 turns only.
And Ike, as you're backing it out, I've got a hold up here.
Copy. Okay, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, 6 turns only.
Good words.
So Glover is undoing the bolt just a couple of turns, about halfway, and then going to reattempt to give it a few more turns.
Okay, backed out 6 turns.
Copy, 6 turns, Ike. Okay, you'll go back to your original settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Also, clockwise 2.
Okay, and you'll drive to torque.
Five and a half turns. 25.4 on the torque between light.
Ike, could you please say again those numbers?
5.5 turns. 5.4 on the torque. Green light.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so we're going to try manual ratchet. So your settings will be ratchet clockwise 30.5. And you'll drive to torque again, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
So again, using that pistol grip tool as a ratchet, giving it a few extra turns, making sure it is nice and snug at the base of the mass canister.
Tip pin is installed.
All right, 2 good pops. It was 1.25 turns, and we are millimeters from having the black line flush.
Copy, 2 good pops, 1 millimeter, and understand 1 millimeter from the black line flush, Mike?
2 millimeters.
Understand, 2 millimeters. Okay, Ike, if you could drive it one more time on manual ratchet for 2 more good pops.
Copy. Good work.
I've got the tip pin in the grounding block. Full test MOIs in place.
Copy. Copy, Kate. Thank you. And next, you'll release the RET.
Okay, 2 good pops in just a fraction of a turn. Just gonna make it its own.
Okay, we copy, Ike. 2 more good pops and a fraction of a turn. You can leave the PGT on handrail 5372, and if you can also do a quick wiggle test on the lower strut.
This one still has some play in it, but I also noticed something just now. While I was ratcheting it, I was able to adjust the angle of the spherical bearing. When I pulled to ratchet, it pulled the spherical bearing in both my direction. They now line back up here straight now, but it moves like this.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Good observation. So if you think you can get more turns, then we'll take those.
Okay, let me just, I think it's straight. I'm still getting some play in the end. It is, so, got some wiggle to it. And I've got it, what looks straight to me, and I'll try to turn it again. Oh, it's still poking out. Good pops.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike.
We still got a little bit of free play. No problem.
Okay, Ike, we're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back here with the torque wrench again. So you'll leave the PGT on handrail 5372 and then verify that the lower strut MLI is covering the lower strut pad.
Didn't work.
I'll take my next. I've got the mid right handrail.
Copy, Kate. You do have, I understand you have the right mid strut in hand?
Affirmative. Only DOT, I'm ready to it.
Okay, you can work on releasing the pit pin from the lock position. Should be opposite the handrail.
With that, the 2 astronauts will move on to the middle strut. The lower strut is installed. Might need a few more turns later with another tool, likely a torque wrench. It's the same on the other side as well. Give it a couple extra turns, make sure it's snug. In the meantime, the teams here on the ground are ready to move on to the next task, which is installing that middle strut on the right side.
On the way.
For future IROSA, I extended when it was right in front of me versus waiting till I did the handoff and pushing away. Definitely recommend this the second way I did this mid strut versus the first.
We copy, Kate. Appreciate the words. All right, Ike, we see you have the side pad with the arrow pointing up, and for the soft dock, you'll engage the left side.
Pitch it up. Pitch it up. 4. Okay, it's soft dock.
Okay, we see that. Great job. Okay, you can work on installing the middle grounding pit pin into the final position on the mid strut. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT.
Hey, Greg, I'm gonna hold this here. Right, we'll just get his stuff.
Okay, copy. Okay. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Good, but it needs help.
Yeah, I thought that was different than last time. Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings, Alpha 2, clockwise 2. And Ike, you'll be driving Mike 9 through Mike 12. Order doesn't matter. Driving them to torque, we anticipate 11.5 turns.
3.7 on the torque, 7.5 turns, green light on 13. Sorry, 11, Mike 11.
Copy, Mike 11.
Turns, green light, 3.7 on Mike 10. Okay, it's stable now. You can.
Okay.
And we copied a 3.7 green light. What was the turn count on Mike 10?
7 turns on Mike 10.
Copy, 7 turns.
Frank, I'm ready for PGT settings for Mike 24.
Okay, Kate, your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
10.5, 3.6 green light on Mike 12.
Copy, 10.5, 3.6 green light on M12. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 24 to torque. We anticipate 15 turns total.
Okay, copy.
And guys, we're going to have a handover here in about 30 seconds. And so, Ike, you can continue with Mike 9, and Kay, you'll drive Mike 24. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, see you on the other side.
7 turns, 3.6 on the torque, green light. Mike 9.
Understand, 7 turns, 3.6, green light on Mike 9.
Once again, entering into a short handover, losing video from the International Space Station. Glover and Rubens together flying through those procedures for the middle strut on the right side. Glover working his way around all 4 bolts to secure it to the mass canister. And Rubens confirming the settings on the pistol grip tool for her task to drive 1 bolt on her end to the mounting bracket.
All right, guys, back with you. How do you read?
Right, still working on 24.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, that was a good install on the side pad.
Work, Ike. All right, that was approximately 3 turns, Sam, still. torque 10.8. I can hit it again. That was 5 turns.
Okay, we copy low torque. You have a go to hit it again.
.9, good green light. That's about an additional quarter half turn.
We copy Kate, and that is a good install on Mike 24.
I've got my rep back from the mid strut.
Okay, copy. And Kate, you can install the pit pin to the grounding block.
Didn't install, good pull test.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, next you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and 26. We're just checking real quick to see the ability to translate because of the play still left on those lower struts.
There's only play on the right lower strut or left lower strut of solid, but yes, copy. In the left.
Moon Ike.
Must be nice.
Okay, guys, looks like we have a go to translate. We'll just have to be extra careful and ginger on the while translating on the struts or the bracket. So, Kate, you will egress the APFR, and you're going to be working on closing the MOI on the struts on the right side. Ike, you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and Mike 26.
Copy.
I need to drive the bolts before we do the MOI.
Copy, Kate.
So with that, the engineers on the ground have given a go for both of the astronauts to go ahead and move along the modification kit. They still need to make sure that that bottom lower strut is secure, but they are confident enough that the astronauts themselves can translate and perform some of the next tasks. Glover is working to secure bolts of the adjustable section of the middle strut. It was adjustable to allow it to stretch out enough to be bolted to both the mounting bracket and the mass canister. Glover just securing that in place.
Level 5, clockwise 2, copy. And there's about a half an inch gap there. You guys are still confident I can drive each one all the way. All good? Not go back and forth.
Okay, we see that, Ike, and yeah, we'll try just driving each one all the way then.
Sounds good. And does order matter?
Yep, you'll want to drive Mike 26 first, and then verify that the tab is secure before driving Mike 25. And as you're driving this to torque, we anticipate 10.5 turns.
Here's the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. You can see there's two bolts on the adjustable section of that middle strut. He's just closing those up and locking it in place.
Okay, I've torqued out at 3 turns. At a green light 22 on torque.
Okay, understand 3 turns in. Is the tab secure?
No, it's still about a little more than a quarter inch. Yeah.
Okay, let's try driving the other side. You can see if that helps.
That one went about a quarter of a turn and torqued out at 21.9, a green light.
Okay, understand, Ike. We're checking. And Ike, we're still with you here. We're just discussing, we're going to have to back out these bolts, and we're just trying to come up with a plan for you.
Victor Glover continuing to work on that, the bolts near the adjustable part of that middle strut, just making sure they're secure in place. Engineers on the ground just evaluating those turns. In the meantime, the space station is in an orbital nighttime crossing into darkness, 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean.
Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2. And you're going to back out the tab side bolts.
Counterclockwise 2.
Good words. Back out the tab side bolts, 2 turns only. We're going to try to even out the clamp and see if that helps.
You say 2 turns? Is that 2 turns only?
And I confirm you got 2 turns on that? You backed it out 2 turns?
Yeah, I was asking you if that was 2 turns. I guess we had a handover or something in work. Two turns on Mike 26.
Okay, copy. And so right now you will go to Bravo 5, clockwise 2, and we're going to try to drive the non-tab side.
Bravo 5 clockwise to non-tab side.
Good words.
Okay, I got 1 turn on it. What am I driving it to?
Okay, we understand 1 turn, and now we'll go back to the tab side.
I only got 1 turn, then I stop.
Okay, understand.
Okay, Frank. I got 1 turn and then I stopped. It didn't torque out, I just stopped.
Understand. We're discussing.
Just drive it to.
Hold, and I'll have words for you shortly. We're going to have a handover here in about 10 seconds.
Once again, losing video from the International Space Station. Should be regaining it here shortly, just in a couple of seconds. In the meantime, Glover is continuing to work on that adjustable part of the mid strut on the right side.
I come back with you. How do you read?
Out of clear.
Okay, so what we think's going to work best here, or we're going to attempt, is to walk the clamp alternating sides. So complete 1 additional turn on that side for 2 turns total, and then you'll alternate sides 2 turns at a time.
Copy. On the Mike 26 pad, I only got one turn, 1.8 on the torque.
Okay, we copy, Ike, and are you able to get any additional turns on the other side?
Work. Negative.
Okay, we copy, Ike. We're discussing. I'll have words for you here shortly.
How you doing over there, Kate?
I'm doing good. My heck at you. How you doing?
Good. Chilling.
Right now, Victor Glover and Kate Rubins both standing by. Glover has been working on that middle strut, the adjustable, the bolts near the adjustable section of that middle strut on the right side to secure it in place. Engineers on the ground are currently evaluating some of the next steps, making sure it's good to go, or if there's any additional steps needed.
Working on a plan. Unfortunately, it involves a little bit more than just continuing to drive and with these bolts. I'll have words for you here shortly.
Frank, we know that the smart folks are talking about this on the ground.
I think we should have tested some of these bolts IV. We would have found this earlier.
All right, guys. So two-step plan. First step, Kate, for you is we're going to have you go and get the torque wrench. We feel like we're going to need that for possibly this clamp and also for the lower struts. And so the torque wrench should be in the other bag.
Right.
And Kate, correction, that's the ratchet wrench that we're looking for, ratchet wrench.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And Kate,
Headed to the other bag?
yep, for that translation path, essentially you're going to go back to the trunnion, head zenith, and over to the bag.
So Victor Glover is going to remain in his position on the right middle strut. In the meantime, Kate Rubens is going to translate to the bag that's currently on the zenith side. At the beginning of the spacewalk, they both brought strut bags out to the work site, one for each of the power channels. They're using the ones on the 2B channel now. There's a ratchet wrench in the other bag. She's just going to go grab it and possibly use it for securing the bolts on some of the lower struts and even possibly the middle strut. Engineers on the ground will continue to evaluate that, but she'll get that, and that'll help secure some of these remaining parts down of the modification kit to the mast canister.
Affirmative. Ike. And Kate, you're going to be heading over to the 4 Bravo bag.
Copy.
And Frank, the rods are a couple of degrees from being like perfectly centered, but they are both in between the space on the clamp.
Copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so based on that, we're going to go ahead and release the bolts. So your settings will be Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2 set.
Those are good words for these settings, Ike, and you'll just rotate the bolts back until they are free.
Okay. 25 and 26. Release until they're free.
Copy, Ike. You can stow your PGT, and you're going to take the telescoping portion and rotate. Essentially, there's a tooth mechanism, and we want to make sure that the teeth aren't hitting each other. So you'll rotate both pieces and then align the bars back up and try to get it as close to perfectly aligned as possible.
Right, Frank, and I'm going to need more vectors on the translation path. See the bag. There's no handrails between bag and I. I'm at lift 18, P6.
Copy, Kate, and we're checking. Have words for you shortly.
One side of this bracket moves, but the other side is pretty fixed in place. I'm not able to move it at all. The side with the bolt heads on it can get it to spring in and out, and the other side goes stuck in place.
Okay, copy, Ike. I think rotating one side may be still have the same effect, and so if you can just align them back up, and then we'll try to reattempt the bolts.
They rotate together, so because I'm not able to rotate, I'm talking about the bracket, the thing I'm trying to tighten. I cannot rotate it relative to the teeth. The nut side is fixed. I'm not sure to what. When I try to grab the what's supposed to rotate relative to what? Because the telescoping portion, nothing's really rotating right now.
Okay, understand, Ike. Okay, Ike, in that case, once you have them aligned as close to perfectly as possible, we're going to attempt to drive the bolts with a higher torque setting.
The BSD?
Affirmative.
Okay. Ready.
And Kate, it looks like you figured it out. You continued heading inboard over to the trunnion structure, and then you'll head zenith.
Glover still working on the middle section of that mid strut on the right side. Going to redo some of those bolts at the adjustable section in the middle there, at this time at a higher torque. In the meantime, Kate Rubin's coming back with a ratchet wrench.
Will be Bravo 6, clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 6 clockwise 2 set.
Good words.
Which one would you like me to start with?
Yeah, Ike, we're going to start with the tab side again and do the same walking method where you do 2 turns here and then alternate 2 turns on either side.
the Fort Bravo back. Wire tie caddy, I think the rest
Copy, Kate.
on the same side.
And Kate, the ratchet wrench should be near the wire caddy.
And Frank, both of them torqued out on the second iteration.
Copy, Ike. And is the tab still moving?
Yes. But there's still like about a third of an inch gap.
Okay, understand. We're checking.
But there's also no longer any free play on the bolt head side of the bracket.
Okay, understand no more free play, Ike. Does the clamp look symmetrically closed at this point? Like, are both sides, both sides have an equal gap?
Hey, Colonel.
Copy. And Ike, do you have any idea on the turn count for both sides?
Yeah, so about five.
And Ike, you came in broken, unreadable?
September, hold on. Sorry. It was three total on each one.
Okay, understand. 3 turns on each side.
Turns on each one.
I've got the ratchet wrench ready to my mini workstation. I'm bringing the adjustable with me as well. Closing up the back here.
Copy, Kate.
I'm headed back towards you. Have to go inboard to go outward.
Okay, I think we're at a stopping point for now on this caller. So can you verify that the middle pit pin is in the final location?
It is not.
And Ike, as you put that Pippin in place, you can also put the MLI covering in place. We may have to come back, but we can't leave this strut without MLI covering it.
Frank, just confirm that final 15 location for me. Frank.
And Ike, the pit pin should be coming out by the handrail, and then the final install location will be into the narrow telescoping part.
Works.
Frank, I'm at my green hook, making the turn, head back to you. Thanks.
Copy, Kate. Thank you.
Okay, Frank. 15 is in the final location.
Copy, Ike.
I'm assuming it goes under the MLI because I don't see a hole in the MLI for it to go through.
That's affirmative, Ike. The MLI goes on top of the pit pin. There is no hole for it. And Kate, you are heading to the right lower strut, radiator side, right lower strut sob interface.
4 hours, 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. Victor Glover moving on to the next task of covering some of the sections of the strut with multi-layer insulation, that white fabric that you see, just making sure all those parts are covered and no metal is exposed. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is coming back to the work site with a ratchet wrench in tow.
And Frank, you want me to go fast, or I know you said right lower.
Yep. Correct, Kate. So you're going to be essentially taking the same path that you took over to the WIF 38 area.
All right.
Frank, there's a WBS shot of the MLI. MLI is in place on the left mid-strut.
Copy, Ike.
What'd you say, Kate?
Oh, I'm just saying I'm back with you on P6 here.
Thank you.
And Ike, while you're in that area, can you make sure that the right lower strut zenith MLI is in place?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Should be the...
Yep, I see it. Frank, it's in place.
Thanks, Ike. Yep, that's what we were looking for. All right, guys, as Kate, you're getting to your location, and Ike, you finish that up. Let me give you a big picture right now. So right now, the limiting consumable is EV2 battery at 754. We're about 45 minutes down on our timeline. Our goal right now is to finish the 2 Bravo config, get that right side lower strut as close in config as possible to the left side. And we're discussing plan forward right now. We don't think we can get to the minimum config for the 4 Bravo side, but we're hoping to possibly build the upper triangle and maybe tie it down before going in.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And guys, right now we're looking at about 4 hours and 15 minutes PET.
Great big picture words by Frank Rubio. The ground IV for today, essentially Rubins and Glover will work with the ratchet wrench to give the lower right strut just a little extra tug to make it nice and snug on that fixture at the base of the mass canister, making sure that it is stable on the 2 Bravo side. They are a little bit behind on the timeline because of their efforts to tie down some of these struts with the proper amount of torque. So the going in plan now is to just make sure that the bolts on this side, on the 2 Bravo side, that's the earth-facing side, are secure before moving on to the 4 Bravo side on the other side. Of course, they do have another spacewalk to go ahead and tackle the activities needed to install that modification kit, but they're going to go ahead and build the upper triangle that's on the very top of the configuration of the modification kit. and move on to go ahead and ingress or enter the Quest airlock and wrap up today's spacewalk. So the plan right now is to continue to address the 2 Bravo side, making sure that that is nice and snug and fit and complete the installation of that modification kit.
And Ike, next we're going to have you translate over to the left mid-strut adjustment collar bolts and do those. But before initiating your translation, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Copy. Dry. Gauntlets are in place. Gloves are a bit dirtier with the fabric and the RTP look good.
And copy gauntlets and gloves, and understand dry hap, Ike?
That's correct. Hap is dry.
Okay, we copy. And you'll be translating down and around the canister to get over to the left side adjustment collar.
On the way. And is this the same translation considerations on the mounting hardware?
Affirmative. Yep, we are still able to translate, but we have to be extra careful with it. And Kate, when you have a chance, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay, and I've got the 2-inch socket from the PGT on the IEA onto the ratchet wrench with a good pull test. Second gloves in.
Copy.
Victor Glover making his way up the left side of the structure. He's heading to the middle strut to do the same thing he did on the other side, just bolt down some of the bolts on the adjustable parts of that middle strut.
Copy nominal gloves, dry hap, understand gauntlets are down. Kate?
Confirm.
Okay, copy.
Again, the astronauts will continue to do these periodic glove and hap checks, making sure that there are no cuts or scrapes on their gloves, that their gauntlets or the fabric around their wrists are down, and that their hap, their helmet absorption pad on their head, is dry. All 3 confirmed by both of the astronauts as they continue through these next steps.
Copy, Ike.
This strut, unlike the one on the right, is able to rotate. Be relative to the telescoping portion.
Okay, we copy and we see that rotation, Ike.
We also have some metal shavings on the upper portion by M30. That's not actually right next to M30, but just on that side of the bracket. In the center where the threads, the big threads on the telescoping portion are, there's some metal shavings, if you can see that in my video.
Okay, understand the metal shavings. Unfortunately, we do not see them on the WVS. Are you able to point to it, to where you see it? Okay, thank you, Ike. We see that, and we think that that is not unexpected because of the teeth mechanism that's there. And so we're going to have you drive this with your long PGT. Your settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Right in front, I'm at the right lower strut in position.
Okay, copy. Kate, I'll have words for you here shortly.
Okay.
And so, Kate, you're just going to drive clockwise, and you're going to torque it to as high of a torque as you can get.
Copy.
Kate, we'll take a turn count once you're complete.
Of course.
And Ike, for you, again, you're going to start with Mike 30, the tab side, but it's probably a good idea to alternate sides and just keep a running turn count as you go with 2 turns on each side.
From the helmet camera of Kate Rubens, she is using the ratchet wrench to tie down that lower right strut. Just a little extra torque on that bolt to make sure it's nice and snug.
And Frank, real quick, I've got the ratchet on, 2-inch on, and all the torque I can, which is more than 30.5. Bolt does not move at all.
Okay, understand, Kate, and understand no turns at all.
Concur.
Guys, we're going to have a handover here in about 15 seconds. I'll catch you on the other side. Kate, we're discussing. We think we might be maxed out here.
I think you are. I got maybe a 16th of a turn there. But it's,
Another brief handover of that video from the International Space Station. This is just expected to be a few minutes to maybe even a matter of seconds until we regain that video. Again, Kate Rubens is using a ratchet wrench to perform a little extra torque on the lower right strut. Make sure that's nice and snug, the modification kit to the mast canister. In the meantime, Glover is over on the middle left strut performing some of the same techniques he was doing on the middle right strut. There's an adjustable section that he needs to drive some bolts and secure it in place, and he's performing those techniques.
Okay, guys, back with you. How do you read?
loud and clear.
Same.
Okay, I have you same. Ike, first, can you verify that your left safer handle is down? The team thought they might have seen something on video that didn't show it fully seated down.
Rubens and Glover both working on the 2B side, the mast canister. If you can see from this view, at the very base of the rollout solar array, there is a soda can looking fixture. That's exactly where they are, on the earth-facing side.
Torqued out so that both of them are torqued out, and Mark 30 side, the tab side is close together, but the tab is still loose. It's like 1/4 of an inch, and the Mike 29 is 1/3 of an inch.
Okay. We copy Ike and we see that. Can you just verify that the tab still moves loosely, or is it tight?
The left safer handle is down. It was indeed up.
Okay, copy. Thanks, Ike.
And the tab moves. Tab is loose.
Okay, we see that. Thanks, Ike. Kate, the team was wondering if we could reposition so that you're in a position to pull on the wrench rather than push.
Yep, I can try that.
And Ike, we're discussing. I'll have further words for you here shortly.
You too.
Okay, Ike, we're going to drive each of the bolts back 2 turns. So your settings for that will be Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 5, counter 2 works.
All right, and Frank, I am in a pole position with a small angle between the ratchet wrench and the lower strut. It's not moving.
Okay, we see that, Kate. Yep, I think you're moving the whole structure, but the bolt is not moving.
Okay, I will stop doing that.
Yeah, Frank, I backed them out 2 turns each. And there's still a difference. The gap on the top side is still smaller.
Okay, understand. Tab side is still smaller. Okay, so Ike, we're going to drive forward with a higher setting, Bravo 7, clockwise 2, and you'll start with the side with the bigger gap, and just, again, alternating 2 turns either side.
How's it going down there, Kate?
It's good. I'm waiting for next from the team.
Yep, and Kate, we're still with you and we're still discussing.
Yep. No sweat. No sweat. Rush.
All right, Frank, I got 2 extra turns on the bottom, the M29 side, so the gap is a little more even. Now they're both 1/4 of an inch. The tab is still loose and they're both torquing out.
Okay, understand. 1/4 of an inch gap and both torquing out, and we see that the tab is still loose. And I think we're going to call it as far as torquing it. Could you verify, essentially do a wiggle test, but in the rotational axis? So try to rotate the two pieces, so it won't be the collar, but the telescoping piece and the bigger piece, and try to see if they rotate with each other.
Yeah, like the other side, they're secured together now. I cannot rotate relative to the telescoping piece or the wider piece, and they both rotate together. They don't twist relative to each other. So whatever is tension in there is holding them both.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike. And Ike and Kate, for both, we are discussing plan forward.
Okay, copy.
So Kate Rubins and Victor Glover both standing by, still on the 2B side of the International Space Station's Port 6 truss. They have installed the modification kit, and most of the bolts are secured. The teams on the ground are discussing the next steps, specifically for the lower right strut. Teams seem to be happy with the left middle strut, the adjustable section there. Glover going to attach some of the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric you see over that metal beam. In the meantime, the teams on the ground are still discussing the lower right strut, and we'll address it shortly.
I sure could use the best of the 80s soundtrack right now.
Yeah? You want me to sing it?
I would love that.
I do not think you want me to sing it.
Okay, Ike, looks like you read our mind there. Thanks for putting that Pippin in place and putting the MLI in place. After you're done with that mid-strut MLI, if you can just verify that the MLI on the remaining struts and pads is in place, that would be appreciated.
Will do.
All right, so Kate, we think we have enough time here to try to back this bolt out. So we're going to get it started with the wrench and then try to back it out with PGT.
So again, the modification kit on the 2 Bravo channel. This is the on the far port 6 truss, facing right down towards the earth. You can see a good view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover. They do have the kit installed. Victor Glover is just working to make sure all the different parts of the middle beam are covered with the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric. He's going to do a check of the entire structure. In the meantime, Kate Rubens is going to try one last time to back out that bolt on the lower right strut, which is being quite stubborn today, and give it one more go to see if it can secure that part of the structure to the base of the mass canister on the International Space Station.
All right, ratchet wrenches on the bolt. Let me know turns counterclockwise.
Okay, Roger, Kate, and you can just break torque with the wrench, and then we'll move on to the PGT.
All right, copy.
Maybe break torque plus a couple turns just to make sure.
Recorder. And this is a pretty high running torque here. Half total. That's one total turn.
Copy, Kate, and you'll back it out with Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
I think I'm going to get 2 turns here.
Okay, understand.
All right, that's 2 turns.
Kate Rubens continuing to troubleshoot that lower strut, working with the pistol grip tool and the ratchet wrench to give it another attempt to securing that bolt on the bottom of the strut. In the meantime, the station is 261 statute miles over Venezuela, looking at the Caribbean just off in the distance and about to pass over Brazil.
Hey, Ike, before you leave that work site there, if you can just make sure that the MOI on the upper strut, where that meets the bracket, that is secure.
Hey Frank, I've already left the work site. The upper strut MLI is in place. I'm off the mounting bracket of the IPA structure completely. I'm back on the IEA.
All right, and Frank, say again, how many turns expected?
Kate, we're just going to drive the bolt completely out and do an inspection of the bolt and the interface. We anticipate approximately 10 turns.
Do you have an 10 turns? Driving.
Okay, Ruben, standing by for the number of turns needed to completely undo the bolt on the lower right strut. In the meantime, Victor Glover is going around the structure, the modification kit, and just making sure that all of the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric that's completely wrapping the modification kit, making sure all parts of that are secured.
And Ike, it looks like from what we saw in the WVS, the MOI on the left upper strut, so the triangle where the left upper strut and the bracket meet, wasn't quite in place. Are you able to translate back up there and address that?
Left upper strut. Okay, all right, go check.
And Frank, that was 7.5 turns. Back it out plus my 2, so pretty close. I'm taking a look at the interface for inspection. I don't see anything on the threads. I'm going to steal my PGT and get a closer look.
Copy, Kate.
And I see the interface completely clean. The mass canister. I'll check the bolt now.
Okay. Copy, Kate, on the interface. And as you check the bolt, if you could depress it so that as many of the threads stick out as possible, that'd be great.
Excellent plan.
Hey Frank, do you want me to wait until she's done with this and that's reinstalled, or do you want me to go look it down? It looks like both sides, the right and left upper strut. That top rail line nearest the mounting bracket is still folded up.
Yep, Ike, we concur on both sides, and we'll just wait until we're done with this lower strut so we're not applying unnecessary stress on the structure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that when I was on the right side. I adjusted the MLI on the lower strut, the top part of the lower strut.
Yep, no worries. That's a tough angle to see from where you are.
Get them both.
Okay. Hopefully you've got this in HECA. Pushing the bolt in. I see the same, I call it yellowish orange in the threads, starting from the point away from the bolt head at the point at thread number 4, going up 8 threads. The actual thread itself was fine.
We copy, Kate, and that was a great view. Thank you. And so, Kate, we'll try to drive again. And if you can try to manually align and start turns.
Copy of that.
Spacewalk team here in Mission Control Houston, inspecting that bolt, getting great views with the high definition camera. Mentioned it looked good, so they're going to go ahead and try to reinstall the lower strut to the base of the mass canister.
It's canted a little bit. I'd say a millimeter or two, and it will not rotate.
Okay, understand the spherical bearing essentially is misaligned and you're not able to push it into proper alignment.
Sure. And that would not work.
Okay, we're checking. Okay.
A ret would not work. That's a negative.
Copy, Kate. I'll have words for you shortly.
I could possibly use the ratchet wrench on one side, but it's not moving, but we'll wait for your go.
It's okay. We think, unfortunately, this is very similar to what we saw on the other side. So we'll try similar to what we did, just hand start and drive the bolt and see if that aligns it as we drive it.
And Ike, your hand started at 2 turns, right?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a proposal for you, Frank. Why don't I hand start it as far as I can?
Okay, that works for us. Thanks, Kate.
Three. Five turns. Five turns on the handstand.
Copy, 5 turns. And your settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 7. Clockwise 2 set. And total turns we were expecting on this, got 5 down.
So, Kate, the total turn should have been around 14, and so we're looking for another, oh, correction, 16, so we're looking for another 11 turns, but really we just want you to drive it to torque at this point.
Okay, can work.
All right, so a few hand tightening techniques, a couple extra turns with the hand, and now using the pistol grip tool. We'll see how this works for the last attempt for the installing the lower strut.
23.0. Big green light. Oh, that's a low torque, sorry. Continuing. There's my good torque, 25.4. That's another 5 turns plus a half after the low torque.
Okay, we see it, Kate, and we see the wiggle as you move it. Can you do manual ratchet at 30.5?
Work. Yes. out.
Copy, Kate. Understand torqued out. Didn't look like you got any additional turns.
Yeah, negative. No movement.
Okay, copy, Kate. And at this point, we'll just take whatever turns you can get with the ratchet wrench. And Ike, at this point, you have a go to address that MOI at the top of the triangle.
The quarter turn. 8. Another 8. Third 8. And that's it. And it's, I don't know if you can see it in Hecta. It is canted from the side to side. And with that last 8, the bolt head is fully seated against the receptacle interface at the top. I think that's all you're going to get.
Okay, we copy and we see that, Kate. If you could just do one additional wiggle test for us.
Yeah, no problem. That's right. No. Okay, ready for the wiggle test?
Ready.
So in my view, from the label M19, we call that top to bottom, which is the base of the joint. I've got no motion. How I'm looking at it, zenith nadir, no motion. Left to right, I've got just a little bit. And the bolt is hitting closest to the M19.
Okay, I understand a little bit of left to right motion with the bolt hitting closest to M19.
And in that axis, no movement.
Copy. And Kate, what distance do you estimate between the black line being flush at its current location?
You get an iPhone. A millimeter, possibly 2 millimeters.
Okay, copy. 1 to 2 millimeters.
The degree of off-centeredness is, look at the bolt head completely flush.
Copy. Thanks, Kate. Okay, we're discussing. I'll have words for you shortly.
Okay.
So Kay Rubens was able to undo the bolt on the lower right strut, which has been giving some difficulty on the installation process here. Was able to reinstall it using the pistol grip tool and given an extra tug with the ratchet wrench, giving it a little extra torque. She's showing minimal movement from some of her wiggle tests. Now the engineers here in Mission Control Houston are assessing some of the next steps, making sure that that is good to go before they head into potential wrap-up procedures to end today's spacewalk. Just waiting for word from Mission Control on some of these next steps.
The line's a little trickier when I'm running a VOT.
while Rubens waits for some guidance from Mission Control on the status of the lower strut, Glover is continuing to secure that multi-layer insulation, the white fabric that completely surrounds the modification kit, making sure all parts of the multi-layer insulation are completely secure.
All right, Kate, so first thing we're going to have you do is go ahead and do a socket swap from the ratchet wrench to the PGT, and then we'll stow the ratchet wrench in the 2 Bravo bag.
Okay, copy. Swap back to the PGT and the IEA.
Kate, I'm right behind you on the
Okay, copy.
picture.
Full touch on the socket, 2 inches back on the PGT and the IEA.
Copy, Kate. And Kate, you can stow that ratchet in the 2 Bravo bag.
Right, and taking a look. The Ike is in our tethers. Maybe my tether is underneath him. So I propose I leave it on structure. And if he's getting the 2 Bravo bag, he pick it up. Otherwise, I have to crop tethers. bringing the PGT back in the bag as well?
Kate, we agree with your plan for the ratchet wrench. We're discussing the plan forward, which is going to affect what we're going to do with the PGT, so I'll have words for you shortly on that.
Okay, I'll throw the ratchet wrench right next to the PGT. It's got an adjustable on it.
I'll grab this.
Kate Rubins and Victor Glover wrapping up some of their work on the 2B worksite. This is the 2 Bravo power channel on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station's Port 6 truss, the very far end of the port side. Right now, Mission Control is discussing some of those next steps given the timeline ahead. The configuration of the modification kit meets the minimum requirements needed to just keep it there in place. It is tied down. They may readdress it on a future space walk to give the bolts a couple extra turns and make sure that it is secure and ready to hold those solar arrays expected later this year. While they deconfigure their work site, redo their tethers, and put away some of their tools, they're just standing by for some words on what to expect next.
Okay, grab the PGT2, or are we still waiting on that?
We're still waiting on that.
Okay. Grab the ratchet.
Sorry.
This is the helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. She's standing by for words from Mission Control on some of the next steps. She's hanging on to one of the handrails at the integrated electronics assembly that holds the batteries that store power drawn from the 2B power channel. The solar arrays there and store power in new lithium-ion batteries.
So the first thing is great job on working through the 2 Bravo side. I know there were some challenges there, so thanks for sticking with us. The good thing is that structure is in a safe config for ISS, and it can currently will not affect BGA movement or loads, and so we're in a safe config there.
Excellent news, Frank.
The plan forward, as we see it, is we're going to reposition the APFR over to the 4 Bravo side with 37, and that way it's available for the next EVA. Our goal will be to clean up the 2 Bravo site and then go up to the 4 Bravo side, build the upper triangle, and then see where we are from there. Most likely, we're going to look at tie-down options for that. And we do have a handover here in 20 seconds, so I'll have more for you guys on the other side.
A good summary from
the other bag, right?
as we lose video from a handover of some of that, some of the feeds from the International Space Station. We had a good summary from Ground IV Frank Rubio. Essentially, the modification kit that Rubens and Glover both installed on the 2B power channel is in a good configuration for now. They may readdress some of those struts and during a later spacewalk, but for now it's in a safe configuration to take the loads that go with space station attitude control and the flight there.
And Kate and Ike, back with you. How do you read?
Okay, so that's cool.
Okay, I have the same. And Kate, you had a question right before the handover?
Yeah, would you like me to start getting the WIFX and APFR on my BRT?
Yes, Kate, that would be great, and that'll be your primary task, will be to reposition that APFR WIFX.
Frank, if we're only building the upper triangle on the other side, do we need, what do you want to do PGT-wise in the bags? We have the long one on my swing arm and the short one's on the IEA. I think I need both. I copy.
And I copy you, Ike.
And Ike, we're checking on that.
Frank, TV1, do you copy? I've got the WIFX and APFR that is on my BRT throws are out.
So, Ike, we agree with your plan. We should only need the short PGT to build the upper triangle. And so if you want to swap out, you can leave the long PGT on the 2 Bravo side and take the short PGT with you.
Am I leaving the bag or am I folding up the bag now?
We're gonna leave the bag for now, Ike.
Sounds good.
Okay, Frank, I've got the WIFX and I'm headed back inboard the triangle and then
Copy, Kate. And Kate, right now on video, we're seeing that your ingress aid is still extended. Ike, do you want to do a visual on that? Just make sure that you don't need to address that before she starts to translate.
All I see is the sun right now. Can you get it where you can see it, Kate?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I see it. It is.
Yeah, got it.
So again, the modification kit on the 2B power channel, you can see a really good view from this angle as the sun sets in into an orbital nighttime. Station is on the...
Still limiting consumable. We're about 2 hours down on the timeline. To build the upper triangle and get it properly stowed, we are looking at going slightly over 7 hours. I just want to see how you guys are feeling and what your thoughts are on that plan.
Navy.
Yeah, let's just be careful. We've got enough time to do a good ingress.
That does account for plenty of time for ingress, Kate. Yep.
So it sounds like the crew is up for going on the other side, on the 4 Bravo side that faces space.
The translation path is going to look very similar from when you went and got the ratchet wrench.
As the sun sets into an orbital nighttime, they're continuing to wrap up their work site on the 2 Bravo side. Ruben's about to take the portable foot restraint over to the other side. And Glover working with some of the pistol grip tools, making sure he has the right one to take over to the 4 Bravo side. Their next task is to build the upper triangle, which was the first task of today for the 2 Bravo side. They'll start that on the other side and simply just tie it down, leave it in a good configuration, nice and tight for them to address it on the next spacewalk scheduled for March 5th. Rubens will head out the hatch with Soichi Noguchi next Friday.
Copy, Ike, and then you can begin your translation to the 4 Bravo side. Yours is a much friendlier translation. You should just be able to go zenith on the outboard forward aspect of the IAA.
Alright, I'm at the triangle.
Copy. Metal bag.
And Ike, once you are at the bag, you can go ahead and secure the bag open.
Can work.
Guys, for your situational awareness, we are moving the arm for improved camera views.
Frank, I went up the triangle. Zenith, I believe, and now they're back in to ensure that the correct path. Sorry about that, C6.
Yep, it's okay to understand you are on the zenith aspect of the trunnion structure, correct?
Confirmed.
Okay, so you will head outboard, and when you get to the near aspect of the IEA, you'll head aft.
Alright, hold on, I'm gonna put down a local.
During an orbital nighttime, Rubens and Glover both heading over to the other side of the Port 6 truss, now on the space-facing side. They'll start some of the work on the 4B channel, getting some of their tools in place and ready to access very quickly on the next spacewalk.
Okay, do you have a handrail number for us in your current location?
This APFR FX is a thing. Translate with on 6 knots. 5385. I copy that I'm headed outboard.
Copy 5385.
Thanks.
Flight controllers checking Rubens' location. One of her tasks is to stow the portable foot restraint that she's been using throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. Get it nice and close to her work site that she'll have to address next spacewalk. She'll once again take the role of going in the portable foot restraint, perform a lot of the same tasks that she performed today, just on the other side of the Port 6 truss. The other tasks that Rubens and Glover will both attempt to tackle will be the construction of the upper triangle. This was the first section of the bracket that was built at the beginning of today's spacewalk, and will eventually be mounted on the top portion of the mast canister. That's the first portion of the modification kit that needs to be installed, though it will likely not be installed during this spacewalk. It will be installed later. So what they'll do is they'll just construct that upper bracket and then tie it down, make it nice and secure, so they can go ahead and just grab it on the next spacewalk.
Hey, Kate, if you can just hold your current position, we'll have a translation path for you here shortly.
Okay. I'm at 5316. I'm following it back to my green hook, I think.
Alright, Frank, the bag is open. Will you get started on the upper triangle?
Roger. Ike, you have a go to start the upper triangle. I'll have words for you here shortly. Hey,
How you
Kate.
doing over there, Kate?
I'm waiting for some translation passwords from the ground. I'm just going to drop a local. I'm at 5327.
Copy.
All right, Kate. I think we have your location. Sorry about that. We missed a slight turn there. So you just need to go slightly outboard to the IEA, and then you'll move forward, translate across the IEA.
The outboard to the IE?
Yep, 5333. That handrail path should take you forward.
Copy, sir.
Next handrail should be 5332. When you get to the forward aspect, we just want to make sure, verify that your safety tether is routed correctly, and you should be heading back inboard. All right, so Ike, for you, we're going to go ahead and retrieve the right upper strut, which is going to be straps 1 and 2, and we're going to assemble that to the mounting bracket.
Copy. It works. Hey, Frank, is the intention to have that MLI in place, the stuff I just did, on the other side after this upper triangle is built?
Now, essentially, we're just going to build the upper triangle, and then we're going to temp stow it on top of the IEA.
Okay, so you don't install that MLI until after you install it on the mass canister?
Hey, Kate, you are on the correct face, but we think you're heading outboard. You need to head inboard towards the trunnion structure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, you're basically going back to where Ike's green hook is, and then you'll head zenith towards your green hook.
Copy.
So like clarifying words, yes, as you are building the triangle, we will need that MLI in place.
Copy.
Another short handover from our tracking and data relay satellites should be regaining that communication here shortly, especially audio in just a few seconds. Glover is busy building the upper triangle portion of the next modification kit that'll go on the 4 Bravo truss. Kate Rubens is following her translation path, or her path towards the stow location for her portable foot restraint that she used for today's spacewalk. She's just going to put it in a location close to where she'll need it for the next spacewalk on Friday.
Okay, the tab is inserted to the right for strut. Has 2 turns on each bolt.
And Ike, I apologize. Can you say again last transmission?
Turns on each bolt by hand, and the tab is inserted, ready for PGT settings, I believe.
Okay, roger that. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Work.
And you're going to drive
I think I'm at mic.
4 turns on mic 13 and mic 14. 4 turns only.
I passed my green hook. Getting back outward.
Roger, Kate. And at this time, you're going to head outboard to the near edge of the IEA. And similar, you'll take the handrail path across to the aft section of the IEA.
And was that Bravo 3, clockwise 2, 4 turns total?
Affirmative. Bravo 3, clockwise 2, 2 additional turns for 4 turns total.
A little difficult to see as the station is in an orbital nighttime. Now 260 statute miles.
The upper triangle.
Just over Malaysia now, heading on a northeastern course, but Glover has the pistol grip tool in hand and is constructing the upper triangle. Some of the steps that he just did earlier on today's spacewalk, one of the first tasks he did, he's just getting the upper triangle built for the next spacewalk.
Roger, Ike. Kate, as you get to the corner there, you may want to fair lead on handrail 5338. Ike, next you're going to be retrieving the left upper struts and assembling that to the center pad.
Then I see a 5340.
Copy, 5340, that's correct. Okay, once that fair lead is in place, you'll head outboard to the outermost edge of the IEA.
Set it upward. Alright, I'm back in your territory.
Awesome.
I had a journey.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay. I am at the keel, the 5364 and 5359.
Say again, please, Kate.
I'm at 5364 and 5359, and I'll take a progressive taxi to the west.
Roger. Yep, and now you'll start moving station forward. You're looking for whiff 37.
Right, and you want me to move down the IEA? Or you want me to go on this triangle?
Yep, you'll have to go on the other side of the A-frame there.
Okay.
Yeah, Kate, there's not a great path here, so you can go up and over the A-frame or on top of the batteries to get around the A-frame.
Up and over the A-frame.
Copy. And Ike, you're going to be installing the left upper strut, L7, to the center pad.
Center pad first, okay. Inward.
Ike headed towards you. See with 37.
Okay, copy with 37. Your clocking is going to be 6.
Copy, and thanks for the taxi.
Okay, 2 turns. Left upper strut to center guide pole.
Ike, your PGT settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy.
And you'll be driving
Clockwise.
clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Good words. You'll drive Mike 17 to torque.
PGT pops up, have to count again. Okay. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. And driving into torque.
Affirmative.
Let me know if I'm getting in your way at all.
Okay, we got 7 turns, level point on the torque green lights. Black line is flush.
Ike, we copy 7 turns, black line flush. Can you repeat the torque, please?
11.8, 11.8.
Copy 11.8, checking those numbers. All right, Ike, that is a good bolt on Mike 17. You can release the rets from the right strut.
Copy. Work. The right strut is released.
Okay, next you're going to be installing the left.
This mounting bracket is right next to your helmet, so big hunk of metal.
Copy.
Go ahead, Frank.
Like you'll be installing the left upper strut to the mounting bracket. You can hand start those 2 bolts.
Work.
Glover continuing to assemble that upper triangle for the next modification kit on the 4B channel. There are 3 points that he needs to bolt. 2 of them have been completed. This last section will complete the work to construct that upper triangle. The plan as of now is once that upper triangle is completely bolted together and constructed, Glover will work to use different wire ties to tie down the upper bracket in place and leave it there to be installed on the next spacewalk on March 5th.
Copy, Ike. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2. You'll be driving both of these bolts for 4 turns total, 2 additional turns. And Kate, for you, once you have the WIFX installed with a clocking of 6, the current settings for the WIFX and the APFR.
Yeah, Frank, I'm just still working on the copy.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, no worries.
Frank, Bravo 3, clockwise 2. Or 2 more for 4 total turns.
Copy, Ike.
Alright, and for the clocking, is the stripe on that pointing towards the mass canister or towards the IEA? It's too dark to see.
Kate, the handrail should be pointing towards the IEA to have the proper clocking.
Thank you. That is clutch. Handrail towards the IEA.
And Kate, once you get that installed, the current settings are good to go. The only thing we got to make sure is that the ingress aid is folded down and retracted to its max position.
Okay, Frank, ready for service.
Okay, Ike, you'll be driving Mike 16 to torque. We anticipate 20 additional turns for a total of 24 turns.
Which? Okay, Mike 16.
Kate Rubins wrapping up her efforts for stowing the portable foot restraint. It needs to be in a certain configuration to make sure it is in a proper stowed position. Again, it'll be retrieved next spacewalk. It's just in a location that's close and can be easily retrieved for the spacewalk on Friday. In the meantime, Glover, this is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. You can see the translucent number 20 on the bottom right. He is wrapping up the installation, the construction rather, of the upper triangle, working on those last 2 bolts to secure it together. Once it is fully constructed, Rubens is scheduled to go ahead and help him out, gather some wire ties, and temporarily stow it next to the work site here. It will not be installed on the mast canister today. It'll just be in a temporary stowed position, just wired down and making sure it is secure before they go ahead and wrap up today's spacewalk.
And Kate?
Green light, 18.3 on the course.
Copy, 18.3. Did you say 15 turns, Mike?
20 turns.
I'm having trouble getting it engaged at any clocking, Frank.
Copy, Kate. We're checking. And can you verify that black line was flush on Mike 16?
Black line flush. Sometimes the locking collar is sticky. Will it rotate to black on black, Kate?
Will not rotate.
No. Okay.
All right, Ike, that torque is good, or that bolt is good to go. You'll do the same for Mike 15, approximately 20 additional turns.
Good work.
Okay. Frank, I got it in. The clocking of 10. I believe it's really hard first.
And Kate, can you repeat last? You said you were able to get it in with a clocking of what?
Clocking, I think it's 10 is pointing towards the IEA. And I've got lots black on black, good pull and twist test.
Break 19 turns, 18.3 on the torque, green light. Black line flush.
Roger, understand. Black line flush and checking those numbers, Ike.
Frank, I can confirm for you that the ingress gate is folded down and locked.
Okay, we copy Kate, and we also copied the good pull twist test. We're just trying to figure out the orientation. We'll have words for you here shortly. And Kate, we're going to have you hold in your current position. We're about 5 minutes away from a day pass, and we're hoping that that's going to be able to help as far as situational awareness for the team.
Copy.
And Ike, you can release the red from the left upper strut.
Or,
Out of your way.
no, I just giving you awareness.
Thank you.
Left upper strut red is back to the bag.
Roger, Ike. Next, we're going to drive Mike 14 and 13. So this will be the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
Bravo 3D, clockwise to right. Bravo 3, clockwise to.
Affirmative.
Standing right this west. I'm in a non-optimal position. Put it in. A good position would be where Ike and a triangle are. So I'm fighting against this frame here. And I think probably leave it in at 10 and close it later when I can get in a better position.
Okay, Kate, that sounds like a good plan. So we'll just have you follow your translation back around, your translation path back around the IEA and to the inboard aspect of the bag next to Ike.
My DRT red.
Rubens and Glover side by side working on two different tasks. Glover, you see from helmet camera number 20 here, is driving those final bolts. He did install 2 of the 3 sides of this triangle, just working on the bolts on that final side. In the meantime, Rubens is trying to get a good configuration to secure that portable foot restraint to its workside interface location, temporary stowed position, so it's easily accessible next spacewalk.
On the torque, M14, black line flush.
Copy 19 turns, 18.4 green light, black line flush. And you can push to Mike 13, same settings.
Good work. Okay, 19 turns, 18.4 green light, black line flush.
Okay, understand 19, 18.4 green light, black line flush for Mike 13.
That's correct.
Okay, Those are both two good bolts. Mike 13 and Mike 14 are both two good bolts.
About to enter into an orbital sunrise. You'll start to see the views here get a little bit brighter. We can see some of the work that Glover has been doing to construct this triangle. That sun should illuminate his work a little bit better. Also, we should get a better view of Kate Rubin's work to temporarily stow the portable foot restraint. Though from this particular angle, we are having some ratty coverage with her helmet camera.
Yes, I did visual of you.
I'm gonna pause here for just.
All right, guys. Strong work. Now we're transitioning to tying down the triangle on top of the IEA. But first, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check. I'll start with you, Ike.
Yeah. Hap is dry. Gauntlets are in place. The red glove looks good.
Inward.
My left index finger got a part where the RTV is missing. Let me get some better light on it. It's a weird lighting right now. Right at the intersection of the second and third digit or joint and the independent outboard side, closest to my thumb. The RTV is missing. It looks like a small hole in the RTV, in the fabric.
Standing by on your check.
Okay, Ike, we copy and we see at least part of that on the WVS. You can go ahead and just take as much time as you need to do a proper inspection on that.
If you're with us.
So Frank, I can't tell if there's a hole in the fabric or if that's just the fabric, the weave of the fabric. I'm thinking it's the weave of the fabric. Spot under the RTV where I can see it clearly.
Okay, we copy, Ike.
When Kate gets over here, maybe I can show you in heck of what I suggest for yourself.
And for my glove check.
Yep, and that's exactly what we were thinking, Ike.
Nominal. Nominal. Cause the RTV peeling on the right middle finger, dry half, and I'll head over to Ike.
Copy, Kate.
If you want inboard and then down the IEA.
Affirmative.
Frank, are we going to use a long duration pat-down tether on this? And if so, I can maybe still one now.
We are, Ike. We're going to use both long duration tie-down tethers.
Where? To the mounting bracket or to the handrails?
Yep, and correction, we're actually going to use 3 long-duration tie-downs. Disregard last. It'll just be 2 long-duration tie-down tethers, and they will be on each of the handrails on the upper struts.
Oh, copy.
I am to your left.
Copy. See ya.
Nearing the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk, Glover has completed the construction of that upper bracket. His next task will be to go ahead and secure that upper triangle to the truss of the International Space Station. It won't be installed on the mast canister for this spacewalk, but it will be easily accessible and already constructed, ready to go for the next spacewalk coming up March 5th. And you can see just beyond that upper triangle, the portable foot restraint is stowed in its position. That was the work that Kate Rubens did just a little earlier.
You, Vector on my left hand?
Yep, I'm pointing it.
I don't know where to move it to, so I'm just going to hold still.
Yep, you just hold still and then you. Sound should have a view. Can you confirm?
Yep, it's the finger is centered on the camera. Can you just get your hand closer to the camera, Ike?
The camera
I'm
closer
bringing
to the
the camera closer to the finger.
That works too.
Maybe a little down for the light. Okay. Frank, I think that's fabric. If you look at the bottom of that digit, you see some bigger spaces in the fabric. It just stands out because it's in that center of the hole in the RTV, gap in the RTV.
Okay, Ike, so we'll, I think we have as good a view as we're going to get. We'll just attempt to minimize that hand, minimize the use of that hand as we finish up the tie down and clean up, and then head back to the airlock.
Copy.
Engineers here in Mission Control Houston taking a look at Victor Glover's left glove.
The upper triangle on top of the IEA. I'll kind of walk you in. The center pad is going to be facing outboard, and the bracket is going to be facing inboard with the hooks pointing up. The triangle is going to be centered on the middle battery in the middle row of batteries. So the triangle is essentially sitting smack in the middle of the IEA with the bracket facing inboard.
Okay, copy.
So that triangle will essentially sit right on top of the lithium-ion batteries that make up the interface of the electronics assembly that they're referencing. This is pretty close to the work site for the next spacewalk. They have the proper configuration. And they'll just, the next step will be to just tie it down.
The bag, that should get us all the way to the center of the IEA. Okay, Frank, hooks up, and was it center pad outboard or center pad inboard?
The center pad is outboard, and the bracket is inboard.
Okay. So it's going to sit like this, Kate. It's going to sit. So that's, let's see.
The center pad's got to be upwards to 180, but...
This is the center pad.
Oh, thank you, sorry.
So it's going to be like this?
Yep.
On that battery.
I gotcha.
And, see, I can go over there. Let's see. Where are we going to hook it?
Yep, so, Ike, your description was, correct. And on the side nearest to you, so on the forward aspect, it'll be on handrail 5353. And on the aft aspect, it'll be on the opposite handrail, 5306.
We've got a 5355. If you want 53.
Where, can you tell us where that 5353 might be?
Yeah, sorry guys, we had an incorrect number here, so it's 5350 is what you're looking for on the forward aspect.
I've got that.
Okay. We're going to need to extend those long duration side-on tethers.
On 5350, you have a preference for outboard or inboard expansion, the line bus?
No preference, Kate.
All right. Thank you. Am I folding up the bag on the 2 Bravo side?
Ike, we will be folding up that bag. We'll just finish this side together and then have you translate down there to pick up that bag. Guys, we have a handover in about 10 seconds. I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Once again, another handover of some of the video coming down from the International Space Station. Rubens and Glover are tying down the constructed upper triangle that makes up the modification kit of the 4B channel, power channel.
So, and then go get it.
Okay, I'll stay here with the tether is on it. It's on the handrail.
I see. Yeah, you're just going to have to pass that to me.
Absolutely. I'll extend it, and then I'll pitch this thing down to you.
Yeah.
And guys, I'm back with you. On the opposite, on the aft side of the IEA, you'll be looking for handrail 5349.
Copy 5349 on the opposite side of the IEA. I'm headed there. Ike's going to hand it to me across the IEA.
Copy, Kate.
Back on board the International Space Station, this is Victor Glover handling the upper triangle. Rubens has made her way to the other side of the integrated electronics assembly to get a good handle on the other side of that upper triangle. She's going to help to tie down the upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly right on top of the batteries. Keep it in a nice tied down stowed position ready to access in the next spacewalk. We're now a little over 6 hours into today's spacewalk.
This was not as easy to extend.
Okay.
Give me a second.
No problem.
All right, hooks up, center pad out forward. I only got about a foot and a half of it out.
I'll get the rest. Actually, that might be fine
It looks like you got plenty.
for now. All right, Frank, I have second long duration tied down tether to 5349.
Copy 5349. That's a good handrail number.
Would you like us to cinch these together simultaneously? I need to do this one.
Affirmative, Kate. Cinching them together will work best to cinch it down properly.
Okay. Well, hold on, I'm not ready.
Yeah, me neither. Don't worry.
And Ike, you may also have to close the bag before you cinch it down to get proper.
Wrap around your left foot.
What's around my left?
Long duration tied down tether now. So your feet are kind of in a bad spot. If you swing them inboard, more in line with the handrails, perfect. Huh? Okay, I've got the strap in hand and we're in a good orientation.
Okay.
When you're ready to cinch, I'm ready to cinch.
I am as well. Let's go
Hey.
slow.
Ike, before you guys cinch down, we will need that bag closed, and so you have the best essay there, whether you need to do that before or after you cinch down.
Not sure what you said. If it's about the bag lid, I'll get that in a minute. I'm not worried about the bag lid.
Okay, copy. That's fine.
Okay, we got a lot of slack.
Yep. And pull it evenly. A bit more. Are you done cinching?
Say again?
Are you done?
I don't know. How tight do we want it?
Well, I think if we go at the same time, we can get it down pretty tight.
I mean, just go until we can't pull.
Yeah.
It's pretty good now. I've also got to be able to close the buckle. So I don't think we want to.
Okay. Sure.
Hey, Kate, from what we're seeing on the Heka, it looks like the strap might have come out of the alignment on the top metal there, on the bottom side of the buckle. you'll have to feed that strap.
Mine did too.
Both Rubens and Glover working with long-duration tie-down tethers. This will help secure that upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly right on top of the lithium-ion batteries. That will be its stowed position for the next few days until they're able to go out again on March 5th. Rubens will head out the hatch with Soichi Noguchi to conduct the next spacewalk. This will be one of the first items on their agenda to dismount the upper triangle and install it onto the mast canister of the 4B power channel.
Nice job. Good hand dexterity there.
Hey, you threaded how many bolts by hand today?
All right, guys, so while you're working on that, just want to let you know we are at 6 hours and 11 minutes of PET. EV2 battery is still the limiting consumable at 7 hours and 52 minutes. And again, the plan is here to close 4B, pick up the bag at 2B, and then head back and ingress.
Copy. All right, for this tether, do you need it MLI over the buckle? Do you need any of this strap in? It goes on the outside with the wire tether.
Yep, Kate, so you'll want to close the thermal cover, fold up the strap on top of it, and then use the wire tie on top of that.
So again, securing the upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly. This was constructed ahead of time in preparation for spacewalk next Friday to continue the work of installing the modification kits for future solar array upgrades. This is the last item on the task list today. After this, they'll clean up their work site on the 4B channel, wrap around to the other side on the 2B channel where they spent most of their time today, pick up the strut bag that carried the struts needed to install the modification kit. They'll pick that up and bring it back to the airlock to complete today's spacewalk. Now 6 hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Frank, big picture, we'll take that.
Yep, Kate, that looks like a good tie down on the upper triangle, and so you'll translate back around to the other side of the IEA. We'll finish closing up the bag up here on the 4 Bravo side, and then Ike will translate down to the 2 Bravo side and fold up the bag there, and then we'll head in and ingress.
Okay, you want us to both work on one bag at a time, or do you want me to go work on the 2 Bravo bags? The strap is disconnected. The lid straps are disconnected.
It's your preference at this point, Ike, but yeah, we think, Kate, if you're okay with it, finish closing up this bag. I can head down and start folding up the other bag.
You do that?
Yep.
Okay. See you shortly.
So that wraps up the tasks for today. They completed the tie down of that upper bracket to the integrated electronics assembly. Now it's ready to access for the next spacewalk. Now they'll just divide and conquer. You can see Victor Glover already on his way to the other side, to the 2B channel, already at the empty bag. This carried the struts needed to install the modification kit on the 2B power channel, which they completed earlier in the spacewalk. Rubens will remain on the other side and just wrap up and close the bag on the 4B side. That bag will remain on the truss. Glover will go ahead and close up this bag on the 2B side since it is empty and take it back in with him. The modification kit on the 2B power channel is in a good configuration. They may go back and just take a look at some of the bolts on a later spacewalk, but for now it's in a good configuration, can handle the loads given on the space station with attitude control and all of that. In the meantime, they'll just wrap up today's activities and head back in to conclude today's EVA.
And Ike, just for your essay, PGT number 8 should be in bag number 2. We just want to make sure that that's off before it gets stowed.
Copy. It is OFS. Strip bag 2.
Copy off. And Ike, as you're closing up the 2 Bravo bag, we got a really good inventory through here WVS, but we only see 1 camera. Just want to verify you see 2 cameras.
Cameras, the other one's on the opposite side of the one you can see.
Okay, copy. Understand. Thanks.
No problem.
Right, Frank, I got straps Alpha through Delta and cinched down.
Copy, Kate. And that looks like a good config.
Anchor. Yes, survey.
Okay, and so Kate, that looks like a good config on the 4 Bravo bag. You can head back towards your green hook.
Copy. How are you doing, Ike? Do you need any help?
That's all the help you want to give, but go ahead, do your green hook, and I'll be behind you shortly.
Okay. NASA P6.
See ya.
So a quick recap: the astronauts are completing their tasks for today. You see from the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
What we were seeing, your space bag folding skills are pretty solid.
Thank you, sir.
This is the empty bag that carried out the struts where he and NASA astronaut Kate Rubins constructed the modification kit on the 2B power channel. He's going to take that empty bag back with him to the airlock. Rubins is already on her way. She checked out the portable foot restraint, looked good in a good configuration. The bag was all closed with all the tools that they'll need for the next spacewalk. Now they're just going to go ahead and head back to the airlock and conclude today's spacewalk.
Slightly outboard and wait for Ike. You'll be leading on the way back to the airlock.
Okay. Copy. I will head later. Got my safety tether pack reassembled. my Ike's green hook.
Copy, Kate.
Alright, Fruit by the Foot is done. I'm gonna get this pumped up on my BRT and hit that.
Looks good to us, Ike.
A great view of the port truss on the far left side. You can see Victor Glover wrapping up his procedures. He's just folding up the bag. He's going to tie it to his body restraint tether and take it with him all the way back to the airlock. In the meantime, Kate Rubins, you see off to the right, she's in the suit with the red stripes. She's just hanging on, waiting for Victor Glover to finish up. She's already finished her tasks, making sure the foot restraint is secured, and as well as the triangle bracket, the upper triangle, secured to the International Space Station. Both of them have completed their tasks for today and are heading back to the airlock to wrap up today's activities. The two of them successfully installed a modification kit to the 2B power channel. You can see it on the mast canister over there on the far side, kind of where Victor Glover is. It's the white structure in front of the mast canister. That's the soda can looking structure at the base of the solar arrays. That modification kit will house a future solar array upgrade. IROSA solar arrays will be deployed from that modification kit. Right now, that modification kit is in a good configuration. Teams on the ground will assess to make sure it's good to go. They can also address it on a later spacewalk if needed. But the primary task for the next spacewalk on March 5th will be to duplicate the efforts that we saw today on the 2B power channel. They'll just do it on the other side, on the 4B power channel, sort of at the bottom left of your screen.
You'll be heading to 5309 to retrieve your green hook. And Kate, we lost Hecka. If you're able to recycle power, we appreciate it.
Yeah, does that work?
Okay.
Hey, I see you. I will down it. Frank, did you get Hecka back?
Okay, we copied and we're checking the config now.
I'm gonna head in or wait for Ike to say put it back.
And Ike, after you pick up your green hook, if you can check on that glove real quick, and then you guys can initiate your translation back to the airlock.
Alright, take the tether pack. Back to normal, both wheels unlocked. No change from the previous report.
Copy, Ike. Okay, we copy.
Give me just a second. Get ahead of you here.
And with
Just for your essay, we have about 10 minutes left on this day pass.
that, their work is done. You see Victor Glover on the left there with an empty bag in tow. That bag carried the struts you see off to the left there. At the mast canister at the base of the solar array is the white structure covered in multi-layer insulation. They completed their tasks for today, and Kate Rubins and Victor Glover both making their way along the port truss back to the Quest airlock to wrap up today's activities. They have about 10 minutes of daylight left. We might see the sunset as they enter the Quest airlock and conclude today's spacewalk. Rubins taking the lead as Glover trails back to the Quest airlock. The two spacewalking astronauts on the International Space Station are flying 270 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, about to cross into an orbital nighttime.
Hey, Kate? Yeah. Never mind, I can get it for you. I think this is your safety tether.
Oh, did it grab on something?
Your phone.
Pause.
Okay, should be coming back to you. Oh, now I caught on my safety tether.
Nice catch on that, Ike.
See it. You got the brake pedals, right?
I will, yes. Okay, Frank, crossing them to the port seat cart. Take it on the inboard side, I'll hit those brakes twice.
Okay, copy. Good words, Ike. And that's for both the port and starboard seat brakes.
Good presses. And that works a lot better than in the pool.
Roger, Ike.
Right, inboard of the seat cart.
Cross CMT on the starboard seat of cart. And I'm at my safety tether anchor. Continuing inboard.
Tad easier without EV3 and EV4.
A tad.
A tad.
In the starboard seat cart brake pedal, 1.
We copy. Thanks, Ike. And Ike, before you head down the CETA spur, we want you to verify that both safety tethers are clear of the MT path.
Copy.
The top of the seat first.
Visual. Okay, Frank. The safety tethers are mater of face 1. And when we both go down the CETA spur, they'll be kind of snugged up like a little air lead off the starboard lab strut. And I believe that keeps them clear of the MT translations up.
We copy, Ike, and we concur. And as a reminder, you will be ingressing the airlock first, Ike.
I'm going to just head aft, make room for him.
Great views as the two astronauts make their way to the Quest airlock. You see on the right there, Rubens is already there. She's the suit with the red stripes. Glover trailing very shortly behind. Rubens will need to move out of the way to make sure Glover ingresses first. He's got the task as the EV2 position to enter this airlock first. Rubens will enter shortly after Glover, and she has the task of closing the hatch. The spacewalk will officially end when repressurization begins.
You guys have a go for opening the hatch thermal cover.
Cover's open.
And Ike, you can stow the strut bag bundle on the large, small airlock ret.
Good.
Think you ready to copy waste tethers?
We're ready.
On my left D-ring extender. Tether, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Into the second waste tether at the airlock. First one, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Second, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Airlock D-ring extender, gate closed, slider locked, black on black.
And Kate, that is a good load path for EV1.
See from the helmet camera of Victor Glover, as the EV2 position, it's his job to work on this interface. Well, they'll connect themselves to station power and water once again, and switch some valves to not rely on the suit's battery power anymore.
And the bag is on the airlock, correct, or small.
Okay, that is a good config for you, Ike. Kate, you can turn off your HECA and verify green LED is off. Sorry, should have read you that while Ike was still available.
I got a mirror. Alright, HECA's off, green LED is off.
We copy, Kate. All right, Kate, once you get a go from Ike, you can move EV2 yellow hook to EV1 red reel.
Kate, you have a go.
I copy your go. My red reel. Okay, I see my red reel spring. You got this. And I think gotta wait for the airlock.
Black on black. Good full test. You'll go.
Low hook. On EV1 red reel. Yellow hook gate closed, spider lock, black on black.
Copy, that's a good secondary load path. Kate, now you can move EV2 green hook to aft external D-ring.
Copy. And I think I'm pulling a little.
It's okay. I can come back out a little if you need.
And Kate, we're going to have a handover in about 10 seconds. So Ike's green hook will go to the aft external D-ring. Your green hook will go to the forward external D-ring.
Copy.
Another short handover in video and audio coming from station. We should be regaining that shortly. In these final moments, Glover is already in the airlock. He is ready to switch some of the valves to and connect the suits back to station power, water, and air. Rubens is busy reconfiguring those tethers, making sure they're all in a good configuration before she enters the airlock as well. It'll be her job to close the hatch and seal it, make sure everything's good before they begin the repressurization and conclude today's spacewalk. Upon the start of repressurization, that will officially end today's spacewalk.
My green hook is to the forward steering, gate closed, spider lock, black on black.
Okay. I copy, Kate, and that is a good config. As you ingress, can you please verify that the hatch pit pin is in place?
Sure can.
And then you will move your EV1 yellow hook to the mini workstation and ingress the airlock.
Copy. Right, EV1 yellow hook going to my mini workstation.
Copy.
And that is not a good config. I have EV2 yellow hook for my mini workstation. Right, can you just pause here and I need a EV2 yellow hook.
You just let it go to me, I'll take it. I've got a good safety chain and I'll come in with my red reel.
Okay.
Yep, I've got it. So once you're good, you have to go to ingress. One car.
Yep. Okay, we copied all of that. Good catch. You do have your own load path to the airlock, and so you still are in a good config.
Yep, and I've got my yellow hook on my mini workstation. Like if you can see my feet sitting in.
As the sun sets on the International Space Station, Kate Rubins entering the Quest airlock, getting ready to conclude today's spacewalk.
Get that in a second. And I can move my feet later.
You're trying to move your feet later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think I've got a good. I've got a good pin check. Getting the thermal cover.
Copy, pin check and thermal cover. Okay, we see the thermal cover closed, and you can attach the Velcro strap.
Negative. Not quite yet. thermal cover is closed. Ready for your next.
Okay, for both of you, you will remove SUs from storage pouch, remove DCM covers and Velcro to DCM, and connect the SUs to your DCMs.
Copy.
With the thermal cover to the station's airlock closed, Frank Rubio will finish up his role as the ground IV by walking the crew through the initial pre-repressurization steps. He'll do this until handing back over to Soichi Noguchi, who's standing by in the station's equipment airlock. Noguchi will walk them through the repressurization sequence after this set of pre-repressurization tasks.
Copy. SUs locked for both. For both. Switch water off. Which is forward. Expect H2O is off message.
V1, water off.
EV2.
Okay, caution. Do not close hatch until EMU water off for 2 minutes. We started our timer.
Mike, for closing the hatch, I'm heading towards you. I don't know if you can see my feet. Need some more clearance.
Give me a chance to let me move for a second.
Okay.
Go back the other way.
Okay.
Okay, which way are you going to rotate your cliff? Because if I can avoid your cliff, there's plenty of room. Want to be aft or forward?
I'll be forward. The cliff.
Okay. Oh, okay. You want to be forward?
Yeah, that's where the good handrail is.
Okay. Are my feet out of the way?
Yep. And my plus is zenith.
Okay, my place is rotated station forward, and I am port as far as I can go.
That's good clearance. For you, I can verify tools and tethers are clear of the airlock. Got eyes on my depress repress key card. And no tools, tethers off the hatch.
Copy, Kate. All right, Kate, 2 minutes is up. You have a go for closing and locking the hatch.
Soichi Noguchi there at the hatch window, looking at his crewmates on the other side who are concluding their spacewalk. He'll take the lead as the suit IV, guiding them through the repressurization procedures and eventually opening the hatch and bringing them in the equipment lock to doff or take off their suits. You see Mike Hopkins in the foreground there, checking over some of the upcoming procedures. He'll be aiding Noguchi through some of these next tasks. Frank Rubio taking the lead as the repressurization tasks. He'll be handing over to Noguchi shortly.
That's not so.
Still getting a little bit of video from inside of the crew lock. This is Kate Rubens working through her procedures to close the hatch. There it goes.
Just closed. Can you move your feet up
Please.
just a little bit? Like you don't need gouge them. Still closed. I can only get about half a turn on the handle.
Yeah, that handle does not turn far.
Okay.
If you can pull it up, though, it's not closed. So you got to make sure it's flush before you rotate. Get it flush, and it has a mechanism that will pull it down. So make sure it's all the way in the inlet, because it only travels like one turn.
Okay. Much.
Make sure it's flush, and then full. See if it moves at all. If it's flash, it won't move.
It does not.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
And then lock the. Yep.
Gotcha. It has to close the much.
Nice job.
All right, great job, guys. Okay, Ike, on the UIA, check oxygen, EMU, 1 and 2 valves, 2 valves open.
Oxygen EMU1 open, oxygen EMU2 open.
Switch power, EV 1 and 2, 2 switches on, ON.
EMU1 power on, good LED. EMU2 power on, EV2 power on, good LED.
Copy. Good LEDs. Check power, EV 1 and 2 volts, 18.0 to 19.0.
18.6 times 18.6 times 2.
Copy. For both, switch power to SCU. Expect warning tone.
Or SCU.
EV2.
All right, guys. Great job out there. I'll turn you over to Soichi, and really appreciate your hard work. I know there's a lot of challenges, but the team really appreciates it.
Hey, Frank, you were awesome. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, and thanks to the entire IROSA team.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Santa. Great working with you guys today.
And sorry, I do have one Delta. Like just when you said that, Frank, I lost in my left ear cup. I still got it in my right.
We copy.
I can hear that, EV2.
I hear you. And Frank, thanks for the great work. From here, Soichi will take over for crew of repress. Both EV1, EV2, how do you hear me?
Richie, I've got you loud and clear in my right ear.
EV2 long clear.
Okay, EV2, EV1, EV2, DCM, O2 act to press.
E2. Okay, you with us?
I'm sorry. Ear cup may be an ear block in my left ear. Do that right now.
Okay,
Okay,
EV1,
EV1,
O2 actuator to press.
Okay, yes. You hear Soichi?
I can. And that's in Merck.
Okay.
V1 O2 actuator to press.
Copy EV1, EV2, copy of press. And EV1, check, EV hatch MPEG closed.
EV hatch MPEG is closed.
Copy. And both EV and EV2, we're going to start equalizing the pressure. If you feel the speed is too fast, please say so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then, Luigi, for your awareness, I've got already an ear block in my left ear, I think.
Copy. We make it minimum opening.
So I'm good with going ahead and bringing it up, and I'll tell you if there's an issue.
EV and EV2 just started open the throttle at 1840, 1816.
Copy. Switch, I've still got good variability in my left ear.
Copy EV1.
Switch is actually feeling a little better with the increased pressure. We're going in the right direction.
Copy EV1. Good to you.
This is Mission Control Houston. We do have confirmation. Repressurization is underway. The clock stopped for today's spacewalk at 7 hours 4 minutes, concluding at 12:16 p.m. Central Time. Repressurization is slow and steady, about 0.7 psi right now. They will climb up to 5 psi before performing a hold and a check to make sure the pressure is holding before resuming pressurization up to equalize with the International Space Station just above 14 psi.
EV1, EV2, only if you're comfortable, I can increase the weight. How do you say?
Go for a moderate increase.
EV2.
Okay, how about EV2? Is it okay to increase the rate?
EV2.
Yeah, EV1, EV2 just past 2 psi. We're going to increase a little bit. It's okay.
EV1 is good. EV2 is good.
EV2.
That's doing good things for my ear block.
That's good.
Again, repressurization is underway. It's slow and steady. We're at about 3 pounds per square inch, and we'll pause at 5. Hold pressure and make sure that the inside of the crew lock is holding pressure before resuming up to equalize with the International Space Station. In the meantime, we do have statistics for you based on today's 7-hour, 4-minute spacewalk. This was the 235th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 3rd conducted in 2021, the 4th spacewalk for Expedition 64. For Kate Rubins, this is the 3rd spacewalk in her career. Her career total is now 19 hours, 50 minutes, 50 minutes. This is also the 3rd spacewalk of Victor Glover's career. His total 19 hours, 20 minutes. Today's spacewalk lasted 7 hours, 4 minutes, beginning 5:12 a.m. Central, ending 12:16 p.m. Central Time. And the total spacewalking time for all 235 spacewalks aboard the International Space Station come out at 61 days, 4 hours, and 11 minutes. This was also the first time an HD camera was used on a spacewalk. Some of those views provided from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. The new Heka camera, we'll be seeing those again in the near future. Also, the 2 spacewalking astronauts today, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, are both part of the Artemis team. They're part of a crew of 18 astronauts selected to help pave the way for the next astronaut missions to and around the moon as part of the Artemis program. Repressurization has reached 5 pounds per square inch. We'll just hold here for a second, make sure it's holding pressure before resuming up to equalize with the International Space Station, which is a little bit more than 14 pounds per square inch. We'll continue to provide coverage throughout the duration of this repressurization sequence. The hatch will open and we'll bring both of our astronauts inside, and we'll continue our coverage until they start doffing their suits, taking off their helmets and gloves, and concluding today's coverage of the EVA-71.
Houston Station on 1, step 7. The P1 is 258.
Copy 258, sweetie.
Are we still going to ground?
Yeah.
Are we still going from the crew lock down to the ground?
You're still hot bike.
Nana, good to hear your voice.
Hey, Kate, great to hear yours, too. Nice job today. You guys crushed it.
I was going to have Shuichi tell you hi for us if we were.
Thanks, Nana.
Houston Station on 1, step 7. P2 is also 258. We're going to proceed to step 8.
We copy and concur.
Okay, EB1, EB2, check. Glove heaters, OFF.
EV1, OFF.
V2.
you. And EV1, EV2, check gloves for contamination.
EV1, no contamination on gloves.
EV2 negative.
Okay, and there was warning. I assume there's no cough symptoms today.
Correct, no cough symptoms.
Great. Next is action. EV1, EV2, O2 up to IV.
Work. EV1, IV.
EV2 IV.
Copy. Next, we're going to bring the equalization to norm, but initially we start from the slower rate, if
Thank
you guys
you.
are okay.
That's good.
That sound you're hearing now is the resuming of repressurization. We had a good hold at 5 psi, did a leak check, and everything looked good. We're now resuming that repressurization back up to equalize with the International Space Station, just about above 14 psi. We're now passing 6.5 psi. Repressurization is still looking good. We're a little more than 12 psi at this point. We're heading just above 14.
And for Suichi and Houston, I am only hearing breaking Vox audio side tones in my right ear. Your block's pretty much resolved, and so I do think ComCap left ear is down.
Copy.
And we copy.
And the EB1, EB2, let me know if you hear the alert tone for the DPDT close to 0.
Okay, check your box.
Sorry, Ike, say again?
They're good. It was your broken box.
Gotcha.
Houston Station on 1, looks like the pressure is equalized. With your go, we will move on to the 1.240 PDA.
Copy, and we are go for that.
UB2, we're going to open the hatch per decal.
Copy.
EB2.
All right, pressure is equalized on the other side of the hatch, just a little bit more than 14 psi. Soichi Noguchi going to work the hatch opening procedures. He'll then bring both Rubens and Glover back into the positions we saw them in at the beginning of the spacewalk on either side, the left and the right of this equipment lock, and start doffing or taking off the suits. Another handover of our satellite coverage providing video feeds from the International Space Station. In the meantime, the crew aboard will continue to work through the procedures to get both of the crew members, Kate Rubens and Victor Glover, back inside the equipment lock, back inside the International Space Station, and begin taking off or doffing their suits, the helmets, the gloves, and give them the much-needed break after a 7-hour and 4-minute spacewalk. The teams that you're seeing here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room have been watching throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, coming in at the beginning of the Orbit 2 shift, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. Teams here will continue to remain on console through some of the next procedures. We'll continue to provide coverage until we start seeing the doffing of both of the crew member suits, the helmets come off, and we'll go ahead and wrap up our coverage.
And my FCU was routed differently. I think you may want to turn me that way.
Airlock station on 1 when convenient. Just so you know, we had a brief handover and now we are down KU, so we're not seeing what y'all are doing. Let us know if you're ready for our step 4.
Yeah, Houston Station 1, please take care of a step 4. We are now moving into the safe lock.
Can you see my FCU routing, what I was talking about? I can't tell which way it should go.
Copy, Soichi.
Okay.
Now we're gaining some of those views from the International Space Station. After a short handover, you can already see Victor Glover is already inside the equipment lock, and that safer unit, simplified aid for EVA rescue, is already off.
On 1, no response required. The crew is no longer hot mic to the ground.
That simplified aid for EVA rescue, the safer unit provides propulsion should the astronauts become untethered during today's spacewalk. But as you all tuned in, you notice the tether checks throughout the duration of the spacewalk to maintain that connection to the International Space Station. Saver was not needed, but can be used as an extra precaution. With the safer unit removed and stowed, they'll connect Glover to one of the wall units there and begin doffing the suit. That includes taking off the helmet and gloves. And they'll repeat the same steps for Rubens. First removing her safer unit and stowing it, and then begin doffing her suit. Today's 7-hour and 4-minute spacewalk included the installation of a modification kit to the 2B power channel. This is the power channel that faces the Earth on the far port side of the International Space Station. That modification kit meant to very soon
out of your space.
Noguchi just communicating to Rubens that his next steps will be to remove her safer unit. But of course, today's 7-hour, 4-minute spacewalk included the installation of that modification kit. It will eventually house solar arrays that'll be installed later this year on the 2 channels that our crew members worked on today. They, of course, completed the 2B power channel. They may readdress some components of that channel on later spacewalk, but the modification kit itself is structurally sound and in a safe configuration. The 4B power channel, they got started by building the first element of the modification kit, the upper triangle. This is the bracket that goes at the very top of the configuration towards the top of the mast canister that deployed the original solar arrays. Rubens is scheduled to continue that work next Friday. You see Shuichi Noguchi on the left there, who's the suit IV, the lead for walking our astronauts through the depressurization and now just recently repressurization sequences. Of course, Mike Hopkins off to the right helping him. And some of the Russian cosmonaut colleagues are coming in the back there. You can see helping Shuichi Noguchi stow that safer unit off of Kate Rubens' suit. Kate Rubens being the astronaut in the suit with the red stripes. We also were able to see some of the first high-definition views from a space station, from a spacesuit today. Using that new Heka camera, you can see mounted on the left from our view here of Kate Rubens' suit. Sergei Kudzverchkov coming into frame on the left there. Russian cosmonaut that flew with Kate Rubins on the Soyuz to the International Space Station. Taking some photos as Soichi Noguchi there, the lead suit IV, works with Mike Hopkins in the background there. Both working to remove the tools and tethers that that our two spacewalking astronauts used throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. And again, they'll continue to doff or remove the suits, including the helmets and gloves. We'll continue to provide coverage throughout that process.
I'm gonna copy your work.
Another handover between satellites, providing video from the International Space Station. You saw Victor Glover's helmet and gloves are off. Noguchi and Mike Hopkins will continue to work on Kate Rubins' suit, doing the same, removing her tethers and tools, and then eventually her helmet and gloves. After that, we'll conclude today's spacewalk coverage.
You want to put the O2 off and okay.
As we near the end of today's coverage of this spacewalk, to install the first modification kit on one of the station's solar panels. That is the first of 6 planned modification kits. This is in preparation for some of the upcoming solar arrays. There will be a set of 6 arrays that will be mounted on in front of some of the existing arrays and simply augment the power and continue to provide power for the research and commercial activities planned aboard the International Space Station for years to come. Now, as we near the conclusion of our coverage, we do have more for you to tune into on NASA TV. Tomorrow, we will conduct a series of briefings to preview some of the upcoming activities for the next SpaceX Crew rotation mission. This is NASA's SpaceX Crew 2 mission. Aboard is NASA's Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, Aki Hoshide of JAXA, and Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency, ESA. We'll have a series of briefings starting at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. First is an overview of the Crew 2 mission with a few of our directors representing our various agencies as well as SpaceX. And then we'll have a chance to speak with that crew, Crew 2, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the Crew News Conference. Again, Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Aki Hoshide, and Thomas Pesquet. We'll then have a series of round-robin interviews in the afternoon starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern throughout the remainder of the day. Then, of course, this spacewalk is set up for the next upcoming spacewalk. We did a little bit of the work on the 4B channel, of course, completing the 2B channel. But we started that upper triangle bracket, and Kate Rubins will go out the hatch and finish some of that work, this time with Soichi Noguchi, who's currently helping to remove the gloves and eventually the helmet of Kate Rubins. That's scheduled for Friday, March 5th, and the coverage for that will start 1 hour later at 4 a.m. Central Time, 4:30 rather, a.m. Central Time, 5:30 a.m. Eastern. Now again, that will be to finish the installation of the modification kit. The tasks for that spacewalk are set to look somewhat identical to what we just saw today. They may even squeeze in a few other tasks. And of course, March 5th, or perhaps a spacewalk in the future after March 5th, the crew may address some of the work done on the 2B power channel today. Soichi Noguchi and Mike Hopkins will continue to work with Victor Glover off to the left and Kate Rubins, who successfully conducted a 7-hour and 4-minute spacewalk today, installing the modification kit on the 2B power channel in preparation for some future upgrades. New solar arrays are coming to the International Space Station. With their helmets off and the suit doffing continuing, we'll go ahead and wrap up our coverage for today. Of course, tune in to the next spacewalk next Friday. Until then, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Before one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind, a team of daring space pioneers embarked on a pair of experimental rocket projects to study the Earth and the heavens. With eyes on the sky and the future of space exploration, flight controllers inside NASA's Mercury Control Center watched America's space program take flight. And so here, the story of American space exploration began.
In the late 1950s, the earliest chapters of American space exploration were written along Florida's central Atlantic coast. Later known as the Mission Control Center, NASA's Mercury Control Center was the United States' first mission control for both unmanned and manned space programs. The Mercury Control Center controlled the flights of 3 different vehicles from 3 different seaside launch pads at the Cape. The MCC housed the program's critical launch equipment. Inside the unassuming 30,000 square foot building known to NASA as Building 1385, Flight controllers monitored and controlled the Project Mercury launches and the first 3 flights of the Gemini program. The Mercury-Gemini program set the stage for the highly technical challenges and accomplishments later executed by NASA Kennedy Space Center.
The Mercury program was absolutely essential to all of our space programs that followed. And the main reason being, it was the proof of the pudding that we could launch into space. We could put a man in there. We could preserve him throughout our mission. We could bring him back safely. And from there, Mercury led into Gemini, going into the Apollo program where we went to the moon.
Florida's mild climate, vast undeveloped land surrounding the Cape, and its proximity to water made it a good choice for launching rockets. And so the Mercury Control Center was designed by the Army Corps of Engineers and built in stages on Cape Canaveral Air Force Station between 1956 and 1963. The modest-looking building faced east toward the ocean, though thick vegetation hid it from view. The MCC had an inset floor and a flat roof. The exterior was designed with a pair of light metal swing doors that open onto covered entrances. Later, the famous NASA logo graced a west-facing exterior wall. Floodlights and speakers were placed along the upper roof edge. Project Mercury began in 1958, 1 week after NASA was enacted, and 3 days before the one-year anniversary of the Soviets' launch of Sputnik.
To steal from Dickens, it was the best of times and the worst of times for the space program. Because, of course, the Russians had put up the first satellite. We had put up a satellite on January 31st of 1958, and the space race was on. Before that time, the missile race was on, and the Soviet Union was rattling their rockets at the United States, and it was a very, very tough time for our nation. So now we were in a space race at the same time, and it appeared once again we were behind.
I would have to say nothing was more exciting than working on the Mercury program because we were doing things for the first time. It was new.
The project's goals were straightforward: orbit a manned spacecraft around Earth, investigate the pilot's ability to function in space, and to recover both the pilot and the spacecraft safely. A flight control room was added to the existing building beginning in 1959 for the upcoming Mercury flights. The upgrade included a viewing area that was built by Bell Telephone Incorporated. A second addition, along the west elevation, provided additional space for support equipment. The flight control room occupied just 10% of the entire building. Christopher Kraft would be the very first flight director, and he was key in the development of the flight control operations and the first flight control team. Chris gave final launch approval. His console was equipped with a black and white monitor, and he had access to every communication circuit, called loops.
But in the final analysis, it had to be this gentleman right here, Chris Kraft, as flight director, running the entire show, and that's what made it work. Chris was an amazing person. He's the only person, I'm a communicator, and he's the only person I ever saw that could listen and understand 8 intercom nets simultaneously. I always tease him about that, but that's just he's the only person I know that could do that.
So the combination of the two, between the guys on the ground and a crew in space, really was a phenomenal thing in its time. I think we were able to get a lot done, more done than had we not had a control center.
We had the Mercury Control Center right there, right adjacent to the press site, actually, and Chris Kraft was the flight director. Walt Williams was the operations director, and you had a number of other key people who grew up in that program and carried us all the way to the moon as far as flight control was concerned. They had a fantastic worldwide map in there because they wanted to cover the orbital flights that would follow on the Mercury Atlas.
The MCC was part of the Spaceflight Tracking and Data Network. The tracking network provided communication between the capsule and mission control with an impressive system of ships on 3 oceans and 18 ground stations on 3 continents. As part of this worldwide network of tracking stations, a 2-dimensional world map and 2 large projector boards dominated the front wall of the flight control room. The map used a series of circles to pinpoint tracking stations. To keep continuous track of the Mercury spacecraft, a mini-spacecraft model suspended by wires traced its orbit. The projector boards were used to display flight measurements plotted by sliding beads. Trend charts displayed the astronauts' condition. Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland was the link between the remote tracking stations and the MCC. As Project Mercury took shape, so too did the first astronaut corps. Leroy Gordon Cooper, Virgil Gus Grissom, Alan Shepard, Walter Wally Schirra, Donald Deke Slayton, Scott Carpenter, and John Glenn became known as the Mercury 7. They were in training as teams prepared for the upcoming flights. Inaugural operations inside the MCC supported the first Mercury Redstone launch attempt. The MR-1 launch on November 21, 1960 from Launch Pad 6 was classified unsuccessful, but proved many of the systems designed for the vehicle and capsule worked. MR-1A successfully launched a few weeks later on December 19, 1960. The same spacecraft was used. About 6 months later, astronaut Alan Shepard made history with his suborbital ballistic flight on May 5, 1961.
So this was a very significant flight because the country needed this. The whole free world needed this flight at this time.
A Mercury Redstone rocket, MR-3, known as Freedom 7, lifted off from Launch Complex 5-6 at 9:34 a.m. Eastern Time. It was the first manned flight controlled by teams inside the MCC, and it lasted 15 minutes.
It was a beautiful, beautiful May morning. And I was in charge also of the telephone, the intercom service for the control center. And I was also in charge of the air-to-ground. So I had a fairly busy time during all of the launches. But obviously there was an air of excitement in the control center on that first manned flight that you couldn't duplicate anywhere in the world.
That very first flight on that Mercury Redstone, I mean, going up into space and coming back down, even though you didn't orbit the Earth, that set the stage for everything else that we've done.
As the command center, the MCC had 8 primary functions: to direct all aspects of the capsule's flight, monitor the health of the astronaut and the system status of the capsule, make decisions to abort a mission, determine the proper procedures following an abort procedure, command the re-entry of the capsule, keep the astronauts and all the tracking stations informed of the mission's progress, coordinate and maintain the flow of communication between all tracking stations, and inform the recovery forces when the capsule would re-enter the atmosphere. It would take 14 flight controllers to meet these mission objectives. The first critical row of flight control seats was coined the trench. One of those important positions was the capsule communicator, or CAPCOM position, one held only by an astronaut.
I think the Capcom today is very much the same as it was back during the early Mercury days. It's that point of contact with the crew. It provides the crew perspective to the control team. Yeah, very similar.
Public interest in the space program and the astronauts grew as Project Mercury realized much success.
Because the beaches were loaded. The program was pretty small. It was only about 350, 400 people, and it was real excitement. The cities around here were growing. The center was really on its way.
News of the Mercury missions was in the newspapers and on TV.
I've had the pleasure of covering every launch of American astronauts from Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Shorty Powers was the first public information officer for NASA. He was the voice of mission control.
We had a red light that would come on our desk, and that red light was a signal that Mercury Control would have a report in 30 seconds.
Some employees at the Cape were just as excited about the astronauts and the missions as the public.
I met all of the original 7 astronauts because they would come into the ready room. Well, they were excited like everyone else, and everything was new to them. And they would all come through because each one was interested, of course. It wouldn't just one come through, they all would come through.
The Mercury Atlas and Mercury Redstone vehicles flew 26 missions as part of Project Mercury. 6 of those were manned flights. The first orbital flight for the Mercury program was MA6. Astronaut John Glenn performed it on February 20th, 1962. Astronaut Scott Carpenter followed Glenn's successful mission with his own orbit of the Earth later that year.
Climbing into that spacecraft and sitting on the top of the rocket was something we had simulated time and time again. So, in a certain sense, it was just another day at the office. Except this time, you realized that it was for real.
MA9 was the last flight of Project Mercury, piloted by Gordon Cooper on May 15, 1963, in his spacecraft named Faith 7. He was the last American to orbit the Earth solo. The mission lasted 1 day, 10 hours, 19 minutes, and 49 seconds.
I named my spacecraft Faith 7 for 3 reasons. 1, because of a belief in God and country. 2, because of a loyalty to organization. There are 2 organizations, actually, which I belong. And 3, because of a confidence in the entire space team.
The Mercury program was ending, and America's second human spaceflight program was soon to begin in support of one very clear mission.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Bridging the gap between Mercury and Apollo was the Gemini program. Following the Mercury program, Gemini subjected astronauts to long-duration flights in support of the upcoming Apollo moon missions. Gemini accomplished 10 manned missions and 2 unmanned, each on a Titan II launch vehicle from Launch Complex 19. 2 astronauts flew in the capsule, which is how it got its moniker, Gemini, or Twin. Renovations to the MCC were completed in 1962 and in 1963 in support of the Gemini missions. An addition wrapped around the east, north, and most of the west and south sides of the MCC. New areas included space for flight control briefings, data analysis, and room for a new Gemini spacecraft trainer. The old trend charts on either side of the world map were replaced by rear projection screens. The world map displayed new tracking stations, and one clock above the map changed to estimated liftoff time. A desk for a public affairs officer was also added, along with a pair of consoles on the left side of the room facing inward for the support control coordinator and the display coordinator. After the conclusion of Gus Grissom and John Young's flight of Gemini 3 in March 1965, NASA transferred mission control to Houston, Texas, where it still resides today. After mission control functions were relocated to Houston, Texas, the Mercury Control Center provided backup for the initial launch and the trajectory for the remaining Gemini missions. In 1967, the MCC became a tour stop for guests visiting NASA's Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. A bus tour provided the public an opportunity to look through the glass windows of the viewing room and see where the first chapters of American space history were written. It was a popular attraction from 1967 through 1995. In the late 90s, the building began to show signs of aging. In an effort to preserve what remained inside the deteriorating structure, NASA removed the artifacts inside. Later, a plan was developed to create an authentic MCC flight control room exhibit at the KSC Visitor Complex.
The opportunity for relocating this amazing room full of history was to offer it to many, many more people. Accessibility to the actual facility was becoming more and more challenging, and it allowed for the consoles throughout the room to be displayed and preserved. Had they been left in the building all those years, they would be in terrible condition right now.
The exhibit is inside an 8,500 square foot building dedicated to early space exploration.
One piece at a time, we carefully removed it, brought it over. So what you see here is a duplication of the actual MCC, the Mission Control Center, with the screens, the consoles, the flooring, the finishes, and of course the tracking board. The consoles themselves, though, are completely authentic. The tracking map is completely authentic.
Guests get a memorable and authentic experience.
I think it's an amazing opportunity for our guests to look through the glass and step back in time and honor the heroic first years of our space program.
The MCC was designated by the National Park Service as a contributing structure to a National Historic Landmark District in 1984. The district consists of 7 other contributing properties: Launch Complexes 5, 6, 13, 14, 19, 26, and 34. NASA determined the Mercury Control Center was no longer needed for NASA missions and had deteriorated beyond repair. Final artifact preservation efforts began in 2009. The Mercury Control Center controlled the flights of 3 vehicles from 3 launch pads during its years of service. In March 2010, heavy equipment operated by NASA contractors leveled the concrete block and metal building.
You know, it's a transition, but we have to be energy efficient. We have to prepare for the future. We've got to prepare for going beyond low Earth orbit and doing bigger and better things. And this is all part of the process as we grow and change here at the Kennedy Space Center. We will never forget our heritage. It's crucial to us. History is important.
Hi, my name is Dr. Emily Schaller, and I'm here at NASA's Wallops Flight Facility on the eastern shore of Virginia. We're here because NASA is using airplanes to study hurricanes. The mission is called HS-3, which stands for the Hurricane and Severe Storm Sentinel. What's a Severe Storm Sentinel? It's actually a remotely controlled airplane called the Global Hawk Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, or UAV. Pilots fly the plane from a cockpit on the ground. NASA is using these Global Hawks to study hurricanes in the Atlantic Ocean by flying over and around them. The Global Hawk can fly for very long periods of time at very high altitudes. It can fly almost twice as high as a commercial jet, and it can fly for over 24 hours without stopping. That's why scientists are using the Global Hawk for the HS-3 mission, so they can continuously study storms as they develop. Forecasters have a pretty good idea of where these storms go, but what they want to know is, will they grow? We spoke with NASA mission scientists about how the Global Hawk will help improve their understanding of hurricane formation and growth, and why it's so important for us to learn more about hurricanes.
The Hurricane and Severe Storm Sentinel has a goal to try to better understand the processes that control the intensity of storms. The ability to predict the intensity is very important because it impacts people in the coastal zones who, if they're anticipating, say, a tropical storm, a Category 1 storm, and they end up getting a Category 3 storm, it makes a big difference in terms of their ability to prepare and deal with the storm consequences.
And this is really important because a category of a hurricane is the intensity of the winds associated with a hurricane. So a Category 5 hurricane is much more destructive than a Category 1. So being able to predict the difference between just a tropical storm, a Category 1, up to a Category 5 is really, really crucial to saving lives and lessening damage and so forth, particularly saving lives.
The benefit of HS3 compared to any other hurricane mission is the fact that we have these planes able to fly upwards of 24 hours, and being able to monitor a storm for that long period of time and getting constant data, we can actually catch changes in the storm.
We will use 2 Global Hawks. One Global Hawk flies over vast areas around a hurricane. It measures the environment that a hurricane is embedded in. And then the second Global Hawk, instead of sampling the vast area, it goes right in to look at the eye and the eye wall and the inner core processes of a hurricane.
The Global Hawk unmanned aerial vehicles flown by NASA were originally built for the military and used for flight testing at Edwards Air Force Base in California. When the Air Force was done testing these models, they were transferred to NASA, which turned the planes into airborne laboratories to study the Earth. NASA flew its first science mission with the Global Hawk in 2010.
The Global Hawks are really a new aircraft for doing hurricane studies. Manned aircraft typically fly for, say, 8 to 10 hours when they do a research flight. Of that 8 to 10 hours, you may have 4 hours or more just getting to and from the storm, so that in a typical flight, you only get 4 to 6 hours actually sampling within the storm. With the Global Hawk, we can get 3 times, sometimes even 4 times as much as you can get with manned aircraft.
Now this plane can fly to 65,000 feet. It can fly 13 miles up. It can also fly for nearly 30 hours. So this plane can take off here from Virginia, on the coastline of Virginia, close to where hurricanes form. It can fly all the way to Africa. It can spend about 10 hours on the coastline of Africa and then fly all the way back. There is no plane that can do that in the NASA vehicles that we have.
Because the Global Hawk can fly so high for so long, scientists can study larger areas of the Earth for longer periods of time, in places where planes with pilots on board may not be able to reach. We spoke with pilot Phil Hall about the Global Hawk and what it's like to fly the plane without actually being inside it.
So the 2 Global Hawks that we're flying for HS3, Air Vehicle 6 and Air Vehicle 1, from a pilot perspective, it's a very different aircraft. We don't have any rudder pedals or a control yoke. We actually use a mouse and keyboard. We actually have a control room on the ground. We have 2 of them now. We have one at Edwards Air Force Base in California, and we have one here at Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. So it's basically like a trailer. It's been specially designed for Global Hawk. It's full of computer systems that can talk to the aircraft. So we can connect to the internet, and all these satellite products of Lightning, the storm from satellite images, we're able to download that almost real time and use that to actually navigate the storm. For the first part of the mission, we actually fly the aircraft from Wallops. And once we get about 2 or 3 hours into our flight, we actually transfer control of the airplane back to Edwards Air Force Base, NASA Dryden Flight Research Center. It's very different from any other kind of aviation operation in that we have pilots on both coasts, and we can actually transfer control of the aircraft during the flight to the other pilots. And when you have these long missions, like 26 or 27 hours, one person can't sit there for the entire flight. So we actually have 3 or 4 shifts of people that come and go to man this aircraft.
Now, pilots know how to fly planes and they can tell the plane where to go, but how does a pilot actually know where to go? You have to have scientific information. Now, the scientists sit in a separate trailer. We have computers sitting in front of us. We bring in satellite information. We bring in forecast information. And because weather can change so fast, they can collect that information, interpret it, and then relay it to the pilots and say, Well, instead of going over to this point, why don't you go over to this point over here, which is where we think the eye has relocated. So it's a great team between the scientists and the pilots to actually get the most information you can out of a flight.
How can you become involved in our mission? You can follow the plane too, just like the pilots and scientists do, by participating in live chats, where you can get live updates on where the plane is flying right from your own classroom.
You can definitely be a part of our mission by actually being able to look at the same screen we're looking at. I'm looking at where the plane is flying with respect to the storm, and you have access to the same data I get to look at. You have access to see the plane's altitude, you can see the wind speeds, you can see the wind direction, and you can chat live with pilots, with forecasters, mission scientists, and we're looking at the same thing you are, and that's just really exciting to know that you can ask us any question at any time, and we are right there looking at the same thing.
To learn more about our mission, visit nasa.gov/HS3. See you next time on NASA Airborne.
From space, we see deep into the heart and veins of our ever-changing planet. Pictures of Earth are worth more than 1,000 words. They are the blueprint for our future. To unlock the full potential of space's unique vantage point, we've created powerful tools. Tools that gather valuable data. Data that enables farmers to efficiently manage water and fertilizer for stronger food yields. Data that scientists use to monitor ticks and mosquitoes that carry harmful diseases. Data that first responders use to find the fastest routes to save lives. That's only a glimpse of what we can do today. In the future, when combined with AI and powerful computing, a broader range of space data would generate infinite solutions for Canadians. Imagine a future where we can use space data to better understand and predict the impacts of climate change, like rising sea levels, extreme weather, wildfire risk, and flooding. Measure the health of our forests and create predictive maps of pest damage and burn extent. Produce real-time dynamic navigation routes to protect whales and other endangered species. Ensure security and sovereignty in Canada's vast Arctic. Tomorrow's challenges require investing in innovative solutions today. Earth observation is key to securing economic opportunities and improving the lives of Canadians. Together, we can define Canada's future.
A new era of exploration is beginning. NASA is building on its experience in low Earth orbit and preparing to go farther, setting up a base camp in orbit around the Moon, known as the Gateway, exploring the surface of the Moon like never before, and preparing to one day go to Mars. To accomplish all this, NASA will need a new spacesuit for its astronauts, one that's more flexible, versatile, and durable than any made before. Engineers are now hard at work designing, building, and testing the new suit, making sure it's up to the task for future exploration. Some of the greatest moments in exploration have taken place with a human in a spacesuit. Whether it was a first journey outside the spacecraft or traversing mountainous moonscapes, the spacesuit made it possible. The act of sending a suited human outside the spacecraft is called EVA,
What is an EVA? EVA is an acronym that stands for extravehicular activity, which is what most people know as a spacewalk. It's whenever we take astronauts and we let them go outside to do useful work in the vacuum of space.
The spacesuits currently in use for NASA EVAs were designed in the 1970s for space shuttle missions. They have been upgraded over the years for work on the International Space Station and have served NASA well.
In the past 20 years, there are a handful of types of spacewalks that we've done. We've done planned spacewalks for maintenance. As hardware breaks, we can do contingency spacewalks. As technology improves, we can upgrade hardware. Or like with the Hubble Space Telescope, we're actually repairing very sensitive scientific experiments in order to enable science.
Those EVAs took place in microgravity, where astronauts float and need to use their hands to move from place to place. But moonwalkers, working at 1/6 Earth's gravity, will need spacesuits that let them use their hands and feet, walking to destinations and bending and reaching as they explore. For this new type of work, NASA has been testing prototype planetary suits, culminating in a new suit design, the XEMU.
The XEMU is Exploration Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit. So it's an exploration spacesuit. So it's a spacesuit that you're going to use as we move forward on Gateway missions and on the lunar missions with Artemis. And then we're using all that to test the suits you would want to use to go to Mars in. So eventually you're going to have to be very independent and very confident in your hardware when you go and do a mission that far away from Earth.
One of the most obvious changes in the new spacesuit is the way astronauts get in and out of it. Donning the current suit is a multi-step process of wriggling into the upper torso and then getting help attaching a pair of space pants. The new generation spacesuit features a hatchback, where astronauts simply slide in and out of the one-piece body of the suit. Another big feature of the suit is the way the astronauts are able to move while wearing it. Apollo astronauts learned they had to hop to get around on the moon. The suit design sometimes made it difficult for the astronauts to work.
Up. Okay. We see that one went all the way in. Not quite.
Engineers learned valuable lessons from those Apollo suits. The improved design for the next generation spacesuit will allow astronauts to walk on the moon, not hop. Additionally, astronauts will experience an improved range of motion.
The new suits, the planetary walking suits we're working on now, we really hope to provide improved mobility and comfort along with reduced injury potential. And really, like I said, provide the best tool to the crew member that we can provide. Then we want to be able to provide them the ability to kneel down and pick up a rock, like they're going to want to do in their geology science that they're working on. We want this to be a very reliable and durable suit so they can use it day after day in a dusty environment and not have to do a lot of maintenance with it while they're needing to do their mission. So there's a lot of those kinds of aspects that go into improving the suit that we're going to provide for the lunar missions.
Improved mobility is not the only feature engineers have been working on. The astronauts will also be carrying a special backpack known as the PLIS.
So the PLIS is the Portable Life Support System. It's the backpack on the spacesuit, and it has all of the interesting parts to keep the crew member alive while they're on their spacewalk. So it has oxygen stored as pressurized gas for breathing, pressure regulators that regulate the oxygen pressure inside the spacesuit, and then a ventilation loop and a water loop that we call the thermal loop that provide trace contaminant and carbon dioxide removal from the breathing environment and also cooling for the crew member and the suit onboard avionics and electronic systems.
While the PLIS has been on previous spacesuits, this improved version will offer new technology, greater control of its systems for the astronaut, and longer life for each EVA, allowing more exploration.
The PLIS labs are awesome, super fun places, and we physically assemble the parts to build the life support system, and then we test it. It's our opportunity to find things and fix things before we get it on orbit. We love what we do. We really want to see the system fly and be useful and help a person explore the moon in a more capable manner than they were able to do during Apollo. So it's a great job.
So I want you to perform some isolated joint movement to understand how the suit moves and then be out.
Testing for the new spacesuit continues underwater in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. Here, the weightless environment of space can be simulated to put the suit through its paces.
So being able to test the suit in the pool and microgravity environments allows us to iterate on our design and make it better and get feedback from astronauts and from other instructors and trainers.
Could you reach all the way across and do the cross switches with your opposite arm?
Oh yeah, it's really easy to get all the switches with my opposite arm. I would rate this as excellent. Come on.
I know, I guess gotta get lower and flatter.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh my God.
You did it! Very good.
So if this could happen in real life, this is a spectacular translation.
Rex and I are very lucky. It is like a brand new spacecraft.
Even has the new smell and everything.
It does. New car smell.
Spacesuits are also tested in the Active Response Gravity Offload System, or ARGOS.
Yeah, so the ARGOS electronically is able to tune an astronaut exactly to whatever gravity it is that we're practicing that day, whether that's microgravity, lunar gravity, or Martian gravity. The other nice thing about ARGOS is you're able to get the instructors and the engineers right next to the astronauts as they're working, helping the astronaut figure out a problem as they work through the development of that test for the suit or for a piece of hardware and get that real-time feedback.
Spacesuit hardware is not the only thing being tested on Earth. NASA is looking at human performance as an important factor in designing EVAs and spacesuits.
So related to a spacesuit, a lot of times people think about the actual engineering, the hardware, the different pieces, but I want to look at the EVA scenario from the human really inside the suit, make sure that their performance, both physically, cognitively, is going well. So we want to look at things like physical exertion, cognitive workload, injury risk, and really just trying to make sure that they're not impaired by the EVA system any more than they have to be.
The NASA team uses virtual reality technology, motion capture, and other tools to study what it takes for a human to conduct an EVA.
And what we're able to do is bring actual, no-kidding data to the table that really removes the opinions. That's probably our primary benefit for how we kind of enhance the EVA community is we take a look at this, not from a hardware, not from an operations standpoint first. We look first at the human and then kind of say, what do they need to be able to do to be ready for the job?
All the work on the spacesuit here on Earth is building up to the ultimate test, to fly it in space.
So we're actually building a flight unit of that XEMU, and we're going to launch it to the International Space Station. And we will do an EVA with a current spacesuit, an EMU that we use today, and the XEMU with it. We'll go out in pairs and we'll have the astronauts working together, one in the old suit and one in the new suit, and we'll test its functionality in a microgravity or a low gravity environment out in the vacuum of space. That will help us test a lot of its systems.
The EVA on the space station will set the stage for the future, when the suit will need to perform a variety of missions beyond low Earth orbit.
Yeah, so a great example is NASA's Gateway. So even though it is in lunar orbit, it's still a microgravity platform, so astronauts would still be floating in space. And so we can use a lot of the lessons we learned from the International Space Station to do spacewalks on the Gateway. It's actually really advantageous to use one spacesuit both at Gateway and on the lunar surface. So the exploration spacesuit can do both of those things.
For EVAs on the moon, the new spacesuit will give astronauts unprecedented abilities as they explore the lunar surface.
Really, this is the first time we're trying to bring a suit that's optimized for human performance and optimized for lunar exploration so that you can actually bend down, interact with the ground, so that you're going to have the visibility that you need, the mobility that you need to accomplish these tasks.
This new suit will allow us the flexibility to really do exploration. Get down on the surface and send geologists to the surface and really let them act like geologists in a spacesuit. This is the first time in history that a suit like that will have been created, and it's really exciting to be part of that. To do what NASA was meant to do, and that is to do exploration. And this suit will really help enable the agency go do exploration.
Well, everyone in my generation wasn't alive the first time we went to the moon, and we want to do it again, and we want to do it better. We want to go do more science, we want to stay longer, we want to get more out of it, and we have the technology to do it now. So we're really excited about it.
With its new technology, new design, greater mobility, and greater versatility in how it can be used, NASA's new spacewalking suit is truly tailored for the next generation of space explorers.
Welcome to NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA. Today joining us is Terry Fong, who is the Deputy Rover Lead for Viper at NASA Ames out on the West Coast. And thanks so much, Terry, for joining us even late in the day for us.
Sure, my pleasure. It's always great to talk with NASA Edge.
Well, we've had a good time working together in the past, and that's why we're really excited to talk to you today. We just witnessed the Mars 2020 launch for the rover Perseverance, but now we're moving on to Viper and want to find out what's going on from Viper's perspective. Can you give us an update on the Viper rover and where things are at this point?
Sure. Viper is NASA's first rover mission that's headed towards the moon. We're really excited. Hope to launch that towards the end of 2023, so a little bit more than 3 years from now. Of course, Viper is a very different kind of mission. It's really different than the Mars rover missions. Whereas those missions were focused on field geology on Mars, here we're going to the moon to hunt for subsurface volatiles, basically buried water ice.
And I take it that that's really, really important as we explore space, because in situ resources are really what we believe, or what NASA believes to be the key to sustainable presence off the Earth's surface.
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to try to live off the land. At the moment, anything we want to do in space requires to bring everything with us, whether it's water or oxygen, food, fuel, all that kind of thing. And to the extent that we're able to actually make use of other resources, for example, if we can make use of the oxygen and hydrogen that we know is on the moon that's trapped in the soils, then we can, not have to carry it all with us from Earth. And I think if Viper is successful in a few years, we'll have an answer of where are these materials located? Can we get at them? Can we make use of them? And that will frankly change everything in how we plan for future space exploration.
Where are you guys targeting to land Viper and do that exploration on the lunar surface?
Yeah, at the moment we are targeting landing near the lunar South Pole. It's interesting, the moon also has interesting places in the north. If we were to shift 6 months later, we might land towards the North Pole. But right now, we're targeting the South Pole for a couple of reasons. One is that it is a place where the LCROSS mission impacted. That was in the Cabeus crater, and where we got confirmation that there is a subsurface water ice. And also because it's the target location for Artemis. And for those reasons, we are targeting at the moment to get towards a South Pole site with Viper.
That's interesting, thinking of LCROSS and where it landed. But obviously, whether you go to the north or the south, you have clear objectives in terms of the kind of science you guys are planning to do with Viper. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Viper is a prospecting mission. We're looking for primarily subsurface water ice. And to do that, we're carrying actually a total of 4 instruments, 3 spectrometers and a drill. The drill allows us to get down to up to a meter below the surface and pull material out. And we take this material and we use the spectrometers to analyze the content of different minerals. And in particular, we're looking for different types of hydrogen. Hydrogen being sort of the gold that we're looking for, so to speak, on the moon. Because of course, hydrogen combined with oxygen that we know we can get from the soils on top will allow us to make water and to make fuel, frankly, for future rocket systems.
I'm sorry, that seems a little complicated. I mean, I know it's a known thing. You really believe that if you have these necessary components, you can bring the technology there that will allow you to turn these raw materials into usable resources?
Well, that's actually, a key question that we're trying to answer with Viper. It's not enough to know that, oh yeah, there's hydrogen, in the subsurface, in the soils. We need to know how much of the soil actually has hydrogen. Where is it? Is it really deep? Is it shallow? How much of it is there? Because, only with that information can you plan, okay, well now I know how deep and how much I need to actually excavate and how I will then have to process the soils in order to get at the hydrogen. It's the same kind of thing that we see here on Earth. Any prospector who's going out hunting for things really wants to know the overall ore grade. That is, the quality of the material that you're going to be mining or extracting. And the same thing's true for lunar fuel.
And I guess that's where the other instruments come into play, because you'll be able to do that kind of analysis right there on the rover as you're exploring the moon.
Yeah, and again, this is a difference, I think, between Mars rovers and Viper. Here we're trying to do real-time prospecting. So the data from the instruments on Viper will come back to Earth in real time, will be live, fully interactive with mission control and the science team on the ground. We're going to be driving the rover actually a pretty long distance, up as much as 20 kilometers over the course of, say, 100 days. Just in comparison, Curiosity, I think it took it over 6.5 years to go 20 kilometers. So a bit faster, but that's driven by the fact that we're basically prospecting. Our goal is to try to cover as much ground, to go to as many different kinds of regions where we believe the ice might be on the surface, might be shallow, might be deeper, and really just to build up an overall picture of the resources and where they are, what the concentration is, and frankly, how hard is it going to be to get at them if we want to make use of them later.
Even though we haven't determined where we're landing on the moon when we return, if Viper is successful in identifying sort of mineral or resource-rich areas, that's got to help mission planners determine where the astronauts could potentially land.
Yeah, well, clearly, you don't want to, land, thousands and thousands of kilometers away from where your gas station is. That just would be really bad planning. You would like to go where you're going to be, basically extracting the fuel, or at least, the components to make up fuel or water or whatever. And of course, you're going to have to not just get at that material, but you're going to have to process that. And so all those things factor together into the overall strategy of how you use robots like Viper, which are going early, followed by human missions that come later. And frankly, long term, maybe this is a long-term sustaining infrastructure. So we'll be going to the moon regularly to explore the moon and maybe go elsewhere.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining the show, and we look forward to hearing more about Viper in the future. Take
Sure,
care.
My pleasure. Thanks.
You're watching NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Experience. Innovation. Safety. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center. Flight Loads Laboratory. Research Aircraft Integration Facility. Western Aeronautical Test Range. Support Aircraft. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center. NASA Dryden's Aeronautics Test Program, Flight Operations and Test Infrastructure Project offers government agencies, corporations, and institutions an extensive range of state-of-the-art support aircraft, communication and telemetry, simulation, and structures research capabilities. NASA's Aeronautics Test Program assets located at Dryden Flight Research Center. Advancing technology and science through flight. Flight Loads Laboratory. Given its vast physical resources and highly experienced technical staff, the Flight Loads Laboratory is a unique national resource constructed to support flight research and tests of aircraft structures, dating back to the X-15 Hypersonic Research Program. At NASA Dryden's Flight Loads Laboratory, a comprehensive set of structural test capabilities can be achieved, including thermal, mechanical, structural dynamic, and mass properties testing of large-scale structures performed independently or simultaneously. To support testing capabilities, the Flight Loads Laboratory utilizes both conventional and advanced instrumentation technology. The Flight Loads Laboratory utilizes a wide array of test systems, including radiant heating, hydraulic load control, a soft support system, and a variety of measurement systems to support ground and flight research. Tests conducted in the Flight Loads Laboratory utilize the most advanced structural instrumentation capabilities available, including state-of-the-art sensors and measurement systems, advanced sensor integration techniques, and systems for sensor characterization and validation. With its expert staff, distinctive capabilities, and flight line access, the Flight Loads Laboratory provides unique test solutions, all under one roof, that meet customer requirements, from subsonic through hypersonic flight. Research Aircraft Integration Facility. Another one-of-a-kind resource offered by Dryden Flight Research Center's Aeronautics Test Program is the flight simulation capability, located in the Research Aircraft Integration Facility, known as the RAIF. Designed to house project and facility management, vehicle maintenance, and engineering personnel, the RAIF can support a wide variety of advanced, highly integrated research aircraft through all phases of a research program, from concept to flight.
Okay, we'll drive all the way to hold and get some gas. Copy.
Among its more rare capabilities, the RAIF offers high-fidelity, real-time and batch flight simulation, closed-loop, hardware-in-the-loop, pilot-in-the-loop, and vehicle-in-the-loop verification and validation testing. The RAIF offers 11 different simulation labs with the ability to customize for specific research aircraft and unmanned vehicles. The co-location of project and facility management, vehicle maintenance, and engineering personnel allows the RAIF to support advanced aeronautical and space-based research throughout all phases of the research program within a single facility. Western Aeronautical Test Range. Located at Dryden Flight Research Center and part of the Edwards Air Force Base Complex, the ATP's Western Aeronautical Test Range, or WATR, supports flight research operations and low Earth orbiting missions, supplying a comprehensive set of resources for the control and monitoring of flight activities and utilizing the most advanced tracking and data acquisition technology available. The WATR's ability to acquire and communicate information to flight and ground crews in real time is incomparable. Fixed and mobile telemetry antennas receive real-time data and video signals from research vehicles and relay the data to engineers in the mission control. The WATR even has mobile capabilities to allow for rapid deployment and remote testing for support outside of local airspace boundaries, like a rendezvous at the International Space Station, in which the WATR plays a critical role in emergency situations. The WATR is also the primary communication support when the Space Shuttle lands at Edwards Air Force Base. Support aircraft. Dryden Flight Research Center's fleet of support aircraft play a number of vital roles in successful aeronautics research, flight, and ground operations. The aircraft provide safety chase support for research flights, mission video, and photography support, and can be utilized as adaptable research platforms if needed during modification and maintenance of research aircraft. While performing safety chase support, pilots maintain constant visual and radio contact with research test vehicles. Chase pilots monitor external flight-critical safety items, clear other aircraft operations, and can provide additional real-time feedback to the test pilot and control room personnel. Another vital component in the ATP's support aircraft program is the utilization of photography and video. Live video is captured plane to plane and transmitted to control rooms, allowing project engineers to watch the mission from the most optimal point of view in real time. Each of these support aircraft has unique performance capabilities, allowing the fleet to meet support requirements across the entire envelope of flight research operation speed, duration, and altitude ranges. This diversity also allows the aircraft to be utilized to meet pilot proficiency requirements on multiple platforms, ensuring Dryden maintains the most highly qualified, versatile, and experienced research test pilots possible. These pilots also support the unique flight operation activities of various Earth science research and deployment campaigns stretching around the world. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center, advancing aeronautics research through flight. With NASA's Aeronautics Test Program Flight Operations and Test Infrastructure Project, you not only get access to Dryden's world-class facilities and infrastructure, you become part of NASA's tradition of success and innovation. Dryden Flight Research Center. To fly what others only imagine.
Family is a representation of who we are. Our NASA family is an album of brotherhood and sisterhood that shares a kinship for exploration and is committed to being represented, no matter the destination.
The video just doesn't do it justice. It is pretty amazing, though.
We go as diverse individuals and one extended family for the benefit of all. Family is a source of strength. It can fuel our ambitions and spark the power to persevere.
Reigns in the bronze, yes, sir.
I love it.
Family is a reflection of our legacy. We draw from the past to empower a healthier future. As innovators, we identify with the generations before us.
Round of applause for that.
And their hard-fought achievements, which continue to inspire. In recognition of Black History Month, NASA is proud to celebrate the Black family and the contributions from the Black community. NASA is a representation of an extended family, proud of its identity, and rich in diversity.
I think every person who comes to work for NASA dreams of being part of that spacecraft development program, that you get to see it launch and you get to see it send humans to the next step in the frontier of space, right? And I think every one of us started with NASA with that dream.
Okay, to start, first tell us a little bit about how you got here. And then if you could share with us who Monica is.
Okay. Well, I've been out here 12 years. I'm a research laboratory mechanic. They hired me on actually as general labor. and said if I did really well, I had a chance to get into the NASA apprentice program. So I did really well, and I got into the program. They sent me to school, and then on-the-job training hours to learn the skills that I needed for here. And I guess the rest is history.
I'm Cale Yeager. I'm part of the Research Laboratory Mechanic Apprenticeship Program.
Okay, my name is Steve West. I'm a test facility coordinator here at SEC. Been here a long time. I think I'm on starting my 37th year. If you want to do the math, I think it's pretty close to that.
My name's Erin Reed. I'm a test engineer here at SEC.
I'm Nicole Smith. I'm the project manager for Orion testing here at NASA's Plum Brook Station. For the better part of the last 12 years, I've been working on some form of Orion with a slight detour to be a legislative fellow on the Hill for the senior senator from Ohio.
At the end of the 4 years that this apprenticeship is supposed to take, I'll come out as a research laboratory mechanic, have my journeyman's card, and go from there. I've always been a big space nerd, always been a fan of outer space and space travel and the big question of how do we get here. Just always been very intrigued by space. I'm inclined mechanically, I go with my hands, I like building stuff, troubleshooting. So it kind of worked out that I got to partner my skills with my desires and my what I enjoy.
I would say my main role out here is an operator, especially during test time. I run the compressors for the cryo shroud that changes the temperatures in the vacuum chamber. So, and offloads of liquid nitrogen and gaseous nitrogen.
I'm the contamination engineer here. So when I first got here, the facility has generally only been used for large-scale fairing deployments. And so they're not really clean. They're not meant to be in a clean environment. So the vacuum chamber that we've used has always been sort of dirty. And so when I came here, there was a big push to try to figure out how to clean the chamber and how to make the facility clean enough so that when we got a flight vehicle, we wouldn't contaminate the vehicle.
We are standing very high up in the Assembly High Bay at the Space Environments Complex at NASA's Plum Brook Station.
We have a vacuum chamber, environmental chamber that will provide the environment for space. We have the world's largest shaker table. We have the most powerful reverberation chamber, which is capable of producing 163 dB. The shaker table, that is for the sound. When you take a rocket and you pound it with the sound that makes when it, at liftoff. So there's a lot of capabilities that this test facility now has. At one time it was just the world's largest vacuum chamber with the world's largest cold wall. So it's much more now.
A lot of the technicians and engineers here are very hands-on, and we have very diverse backgrounds. And it's really important to be able to take that diversity of experience and bring it here to solve problems. Like, you'll have Monica out helping offload all of the nitrogen trucks. We'll go through about 12 to 14 nitrogen trucks a day when we're running the thermal vacuum chamber. You'll have Cale over driving the door. I think he's down there cleaning the floor right now. Everybody is hands-on and does a ton of different stuff. Erin Reed is an example of one of our test conductors, right? So she's going to be that point of contact in between the facility team that's running the vacuum chamber and the vehicle team. And then you've got the people who've been here for a really long time who manage a lot of stuff and make sure that all the gears keep going. So like Steve West will be managing all the technicians, where they're deployed, helping with all the operations. Sometimes you'll see him down here on the crane lifts. And then you have someone like me who's the project manager who makes sure that all these people have all the resources they need. I'll make sure that everybody working on the team knows all the information that they need to know. So we're just trying to tie it all together and keep everyone moving in the same direction.
We are all very diverse as far as our personalities, and we're all very accepting, and we all love to just have fun. I think that's probably the biggest part of what makes this team work, is that no matter what type of day you're having, no matter what type of work we have to do, we're always joking around. We're always having a good time with one another.
It's a tight-knit group that, I work with, and everybody's pretty accepting here. I do think it's cool for women to see they can break out of maybe a traditional job. That's a good thing.
I really like the people I work with, everybody I work with. We all work really hard, and it's really nice to know that when you're feeling overloaded with work, that the people next to you are just as overloaded. Misery loves company. But more than that, we're all working together towards a common goal. So there are lots of disagreements that we have, technical disagreements. We may see things with a different perspective, but we all know that it's because we're trying to create the best solution for what we're trying to do.
I mean, data's our product. We don't make any widgets or anything, so that's our product. So I believe the engineering and the techs here are outstanding. I would put them up against anyone in the world.
So the thing that's different about having Artemis here is that it's a real piece of spaceflight hardware that's going to be launched when it's done here. So we do a lot of other test articles to prepare. All of the other prior Orion hardware was development. So this one it's huge, and it's gonna go around the moon. And we're gonna be able to sit there and watch it launch and watch it while it's out on its orbit and see how it's doing and say, yeah, we had a huge hand in that.
I've been here so long that I've seen the transition, and it's so neat to finally see. I spent a lifetime getting it to where it is, and I'm really proud that we're testing flight hardware now. I think it's a credit to the people I work with. I work with some great engineers and great technicians, so very proud of what we've accomplished.
When it's a flight vehicle, you're not just concerned about the data from the test, you're actually concerned about the vehicle itself, because that's the thing that's going to be delivered to space. So that's when it becomes a higher risk.
During the thermal vacuum test, we'll provide a really cold background of space with our cryo wall, and then we'll be able to do different zones of heating to simulate being in a specific part of the orbit where one part of the spacecraft might be in the sun and the other part is in the shade. When we're done with the thermal vacuum test, we'll bring it back out, do some reconfiguration, and then put it back in that chamber, but instead of pumping the air out of it and putting the cold wall in, we'll actually hit it with radio frequency waves to do electromagnetic testing.
When you get in the test conditions and you got the chamber pumped down and the cryo shroud's at the temperature it's supposed to be, it can get very boring because everything's running perfectly, but boring is good. And to me, it's exciting. You're part of the crew, you're part of history, really, so I think that's very neat.
We face challenges almost daily, which is part of why I love this job. I mean, we don't do the same thing every day. We do something different. We respond to changes. Everything we do is schedule driven for the most part. So when schedules delay or we have to redirect. And that's a challenge in itself. But we keep our crew working very effectively all the time, which is a challenge. And I get excited about those things.
I think the biggest risks are for your optical components. For instance, we have a star tracker on the vehicle. So if you can imagine if a particle of dust or some bit of oil got stuck on the star tracker and the computer sees it as a star, but it doesn't move no matter how the vehicle moves, that would change how it's going to try to navigate, and it might even mess up some of the algorithms. So there's a lot of those sensitive surfaces that we're concerned about.
If something gets contaminated with the spaceflight hardware, it can be detrimental when they go to launch it. From the oils from your hand, anything can gas off going into space. You're contaminating the test article that's coming if you touch it with your fingertips even. So we have to be that careful because it is spaceflight hardware.
Outside of work, I have a 4-year-old son and 2 8-month-old sons. We had twins over the furlough, so that was exciting. I'm lucky. My girlfriend is very supportive. She helps out a lot. She makes it easy. Having the twins at home is very tough because she gets run ragged. I get home just in time for bedtime. Luckily, as far as school goes, I'm doing online courses this time around, and hopefully we'll be able to complete just through online courses. But yeah, it's definitely tough to balance it. It's very tough.
So it takes someone that's motivated to try to get it all done. And sometimes I have to sacrifice a little bit one way or the other, you know, because I do have a family. But I love this job. My kids are happy I work here. It's just a good thing. And it's very, very exciting.
It's huge for me to be a part of it and to see the spacecraft come here to Ohio and be tested for 4 months and then see it launch. And I'm really excited about people going back to the moon. So the idea of the first woman stepping foot on the moon and me getting an opportunity to work on this spacecraft here, it's huge. So I'm really excited for that.
Wow. Yeah, it's really coming to our facility. This is history. This is pretty cool.
I think it means everything. I think this is the next small step in humanity's exploration of the universe. You know, because this is going to help us not just get to the moon and not just get to Mars, but then it's going to be the jump-off point to the next place we go. I really feel it's a really awesome thing to be part of. We are taking that next step. We are doing that next great leap.
You think about all of the thousands of people who have worked on this vehicle and worked on all of its testing. I'm such a small part of this program. I'm not even a blip on how this program functions, but it takes all of those people to make something like the Orion vehicle at Artemis successful. And so I'm happy to be a part. If that's the part I need to play, I'm happy to be a part of it. So it's exciting.
I'm a real go-getter. I like to go, which helps me for this job because we do put a lot of hours in. I used to be in the apprentice program, so I was going to school. At the time, I had 3 younger kids. That's me. Yeah.
Welcome back. I'm Joshua Santora, coming to you from near the Kennedy Space Center. Today we're going to wrap up our series focused on looking at the challenge of getting humans into deep space and what's involved, and how the world's premier spaceport, the Kennedy Space Center, is so actively involved in so much of that process. So far, we've looked at the Commercial Crew Program and science in low Earth orbit. We looked at plotting the course to deep space and how robotic precursor missions are helping us explore, specifically Mars 2020 and the Perseverance rover, which is set to land on Mars on February 18th, 2021. Then we took a look at Gateway and how commercial partnerships are helping us get further faster. And then last time we wrapped up with the Space Launch System and what it takes to launch the world's most powerful rocket. Today, we're just going to skim the surface of In Situ Resource Utilization, or ISRU, which is really a fancy term for living off of the land. Before we get to our interview with a couple scientists who are focused on a project that deals with deep space recycling, here's a word from one of our engineers, Elspeth Peterson, to explain more about ISRU and why it's so important.
So in situ resource utilization, or ISRU, means using resources that aren't from Earth in order to carry out different missions. And so ISRU is important for a number of different reasons. One of the ones that we think about most is cost. And so when you think about taking a pound of, for example, oxygen or other things that astronauts might need off of the Earth, that's going to cost thousands of dollars. And so if we can produce those resources where they're going to be needed, such as on the moon or on Mars, then those are pounds that we don't have to launch from Earth, saving us money. Another thing that's really important about ISRU is to have that resource available locally. And so right now we've got astronauts that have been living around the Earth in low Earth orbit for 20 years. And we often have resupply missions that, take a day to get it there. When we talk about the Artemis project, then they're on the moon and it's going to take much longer, days to weeks, to get resupply missions. And so being able to produce resources where they're going to be needed is extremely important. Oxygen extraction are two projects that I'm working on here at Kennedy. One is called molten regolith electrolysis, where we actually melt the rocks on the moon in order to get the oxygen out of them. And the other one uses a hydrogen plasma. So I'm obviously really excited about those projects, getting oxygen on the moon for people, but also for propellant. These kinds of ISRU plants that we're envisioning for the moon are going to create tons of oxygen per year. And so when you think about things at that scale, obviously it becomes much more important to be able to create it locally. And then last, something that a lot of people don't think about is construction. And so building habitats for people. Here on Earth, we use wood and cement. That's obviously going to be cost prohibitive to take with us. So we can use the rocks that are available on the moon. And you need specialized equipment to enable to dig the rocks up and handle it, because the dust is very sharp. It's also very staticky. And so, and it's very cold on the moon. And so being able to deal with those kinds of situations is going to take a really specialized group of robots in order to carry out that kind of construction work. And so that's just a few projects going on here at Kennedy Space Center. Obviously, a lot of resources are going to be needed if we're sending humans out into the solar system. And so there's a lot of ISRU projects going on across the agency. And so we're just really excited to be part of human exploration and the next man and first woman that are going to set foot on the moon and inhabit it.
It is so exciting to think about, in just a few short years, being able to look up at the moon and know that we have humans that are there exploring and establishing a sustained presence. Elspeth mentioned a couple different projects at work here at the Kennedy Space Center, and we're going to look at one in particular now, the Organic Processor Assembly, or OPA. Joining us are NASA's Dr. Luke Robertson, who is the principal investigator for OPA, and Dr. Daniel Yeh, Professor of Environmental Engineering at the University of South Florida. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Hi, Josh.
Great to be here.
Let's jump right in. Luke, can you give us kind of a high-level picture of what OPA is?
So the OPA is our first stage of our wastewater treatment facility that we're planning to build for the moon. So as we go from low Earth orbit and space travel to long-duration space missions, we're going to need a way to be able to transport and transfer and consume all of the wastewater and be able to regenerate that for pure water for our science needs for human consumption.
Daniel, I know we do some of this already now in the space station. So is this really just a matter of turning that application into a use for deep space, or is there more to it?
Well, right now on the International Space Station, NASA is doing a phenomenal job at recycling the water that's on there. So what we're aiming to do is to go to the next generation of water recycling. And in fact, we're going to go beyond water recycling and try to recycle all the elements. Currently fecal material isn't being recycled, and neither is food waste. And within them, there's valuable nutrients that we could recover to grow food. So like Luke mentioned earlier, as we move further away from lower Earth orbit and eventually to Mars, the ability to provide a renewable source of fertilizer is going to be really important.
So you're talking about something that sounds really sustainable, from the human to the ground to the plant and back to the human again.
This is nothing human civilization has not been doing for tens of thousands of years, but we're just trying to do this off planet.
I think there's a lot of people that would be surprised if they could understand the breadth and depth of the collaborations that exist even today between NASA and academia, and how mutually beneficial it is. Can you kind of summarize the value in working together?
So as far as collaborations go, the diversity of thought is the most important thing. When you bring in a different perspective from a different skill set to the team, it builds the team and makes it stronger. So teaming up with Daniel in the University of South Florida with his environmental engineering background complements the chemistry and biology backgrounds that we have within the agency.
Daniel, as we mentioned, you're obviously a professor, and so I would hope that you're engaging students in this process. Can you talk about some of the benefits for getting students involved in real world or outer world projects?
Yeah, we have a team of students who are involved with this project. Some of them only on the USF side, and some of them are more active, going back and forth. One example is a PhD student named Talon Bullard. And for him, he's dreamed of working at NASA, working for NASA since he was a kid. But more importantly, I think he's getting some really important hands-on training, learning about how people at NASA think about, all the requirements to mission critical.
It is one thing to talk about recycling. It's a whole nother thing to be able to recycle efficiently and effectively just here on Earth. It's mind-blowing to think about recycling in deep space. And I'm sure it's challenging. Can you talk about some of the challenges in making OPA a reality?
So the biggest challenge is balancing each and one of the element cycles that Daniel was talking about. So each element has its own composition, and those compositions have to be broken down from the human urine, from the human fecal matter, from humidity condensate to laundry water. And each of those different chemistries that come into our reactors have to be broken down and then isolated or suspended or collected or transported or done something with to be able to provide a pure product at the end.
Yeah, and to me, a lot of this has to do with miniaturization. We don't have the luxury of having a lot of volume and mass that we're afforded on Earth. And also there's very little room for error. So we have to make something that's very compact and highly reliable. And it's going to require iterations after iterations in the same way that, we didn't land on the moon in one try. It took a lot of iterations, and it's going to require that. But fortunately, we're not starting from zero. We have a wealth of experience from building similar systems on the Earth. So we're sure we can pull this off.
Luke, I'm not sure if our viewers can tell, but on your shirt you have a patch that pictures an outhouse in outer space. There's something very humorous about that image, but I think that there's something very indicative of what we're trying to accomplish here. Is that the real goal?
That's kind of the idea. So if we have an express rack or type of modular system that we can put into the habitat, whether that's in stage 1 or stage 4 of the moon base as it's built, that modular architecture will be able to take in all of that wastewater, turn it from a hazardous commodity to a potable drinking water, all in one architecture.
Luke and Daniel, space toilets may not seem like very glamorous work to most people of Earth, but the work that you are doing is so critical to our success in deep space. So thank you both. Good luck to you and your teams going forward.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, that's going to do it for us here today. Appreciate you following along with us on this mini-series, unpacking the ways that the Kennedy Space Center is involved in getting humans into deep space and some of the challenges that lie ahead. Please continue to follow along with our progress on social media, and especially keep track of the Artemis program. We are focused on getting the first woman and next man on the surface of the moon by the year 2024. And as always, remember that even the sky isn't the limit.
The solar panels that we are creating, that we are developing, are actually the thickness of a human hair or less. Here at NASA, we're working on thin film solar arrays for our spacecraft. As the name suggests, they're very thin, very low mass, very low volume. So these thin film solar panels, to date, we've made them all by hand. We call it touch labor, which, as you can imagine, gets very expensive and it's hard to do in very large areas. So this project, we call it PAPA, Print Assisted Photovoltaic Assembly. And our thought was, can we use robotics and 3D printing to go and assemble these thin film solar panels to both lower cost, get rid of all that touch labor, and enable very large scale production. The idea really came from work in solar sails, SAIL. So solar sails are very large scale, very thin, very lightweight membrane that we actually use to propel spacecraft. We actually sail off of the momentum of photons reflecting off of the surface. Okay, and as we were working on these solar sails, we realized with advancements in thin film solar cells, now CELL, that there was a natural marriage there, that we can embed these thin flexible solar cells onto these very large scale thin solar sails and make a very large, completely thin film, low mass solar panel for our spacecraft. In the beginning, this was just an idea, and you're sort of taking a step into the unknown, something that hasn't been done before, and so there was a lot of experimentation to really get it up and running. And this was a Friday project. We set every Friday aside to come and work on it, and it became a fun thing to come and do. And each Friday it felt like we, kind of one of those 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But slowly but surely we started working through each of the problems and eventually came out the other side. 2 really main advantages of these thin film solar panels come at 2 ends of the spectrum. So if you go to the very small spacecraft, satellite the size of a loaf of bread, and you think about putting thick film solar panels on it, you can't fit a lot on there. By the time you fold them up, put them into the volume, you've eaten up all of your resources and don't have much for the payload, the thing you want to go and do. So by shrinking that solar panel, lower mass, lower volume, it enables us to go and do more from these small spacecraft. Now coming to the other end, the very, very large, when you think about making a solar panel, we can dream a little bit and say the size of a football field or 10 football fields, right? Doing that with thick films becomes structurally very difficult. I think right now we're still in the R&D phase. We've come out with our first working assemblies. These are fully printed, fully automated, assembled, and then taken over to a solar simulator, tested, confirmed working. We've folded them up, unfolded them, tested them again without any degradation, and we've started putting them into some thermal shock. With all these materials laid up on each other, we want to make sure that coefficient of thermal expansion, that there's nothing that's going to delaminate, peel, crack, break, and they survive through that thermal shock. We currently have samples going up to the International Space Station, which will essentially be put outside of the International Space Station for a year, exposed to the environment. They'll come back down and we'll study how did they degrade, did they act as we thought they would. I think this lays the groundwork for what could be really revolutionary, and that's in-space manufacturing of solar panels. And so right now we're using COTS, or commercial off-the-shelf thin film solar cells, in our process. So we buy the solar cells from a terrestrial company, and we're actually using a robotic arm to incorporate them into our process. What would be very powerful is if we could then go and actually print that solar cell. So right now we're printing all the stuff around a COTS solar cell. If we could actually print that solar cell itself, then we have a fully printed solar panel that we could say, if we're on a lunar base, or we have our mission to Mars, or eventually deeper into space, we can print stuff on demand. If we have a solar panel that gets damaged, we need more power for some other experiment, or simply put, we're just up there long enough where we're starting to degrade in the space environment, we could on demand then print a new solar panel to accommodate those extra power needs. And I think that could be really enabling for longer term deep space missions.
Hi everybody. Since I've been back from space, I have accumulated a lot of fan mail.
What a crazy year 2020 has been. But the fan mail still comes in. NASA mission keeps going on.
Fan mail's been really important to me. I always make a point to answer my fan mail.
I've collected some of my favorites.
in a photo album.
Now, like many of you, I don't come into work physically very often. It has been a year of remote working. I stopped by my office today because I wanted to get some things done, and I hadn't checked my mailbox in 8 months. And so I just walked into a giant stack of mail because clearly all of you guys have still been writing your letters. So I have decided I'm putting off my work for today because hearing from you is way more interesting. So I thought maybe you'd like to join me in reading some of this mail. So let's get started.
Let's see. See what we got. How does laundry work in space? Do you have the general washers and dryers like on Earth, or is it completely different? Actually, we don't have any washing machines, no dishwashers, no laundry, none of that. We don't have the capacity to do that on the space station. Perhaps other future spacecraft might have that capability, but right now we don't. So we wear our clothes for a certain amount of time, and then when they're a little bit too dirty to wear anymore, then we take new ones.
So my first piece of mail comes from North Bend, Washington, and it says, "Attention aliens. Do not fear, do not attack. I do come in peace. Doa Mijik." Thank you, Doa.
This is one of my favorites. It's from Elena. It says, "Dear Mr. Morgan, hello, my name is Elena. I'm 8 years old. I go to a school named Math and Science Academy. I'm in 3rd grade. I'm Cuban and Puerto Rican and Cuban, and I would love to be a doctor when I'm older. I also want to be a famous person."
Dear Astronaut Kim, my name is Ben. I'm in the 3rd grade. Space interests me with rocket ships, planets, and science. How big can asteroids get? We actually just had a recent mission called OSIRIS, where we landed a spacecraft onto a near-Earth asteroid called Bennu. Now, Bennu is not the biggest asteroid in our solar system. Asteroids can be really, really large or more on the smaller side like Bennu.
Moving on to the questions. What made you become an astronaut? Have you ever seen an alien? When you use the bathroom, when you flush the toilet, where does it lead?
Here is a future poet, future novelist, artist, who has written a poem, "Jump off my bed and into space, stars and planets all over the place. There's the moon, there's the sun, space is so much fun. But gravity pulls me back to the station. I wish this wasn't my imagination." It is good that gravity pulls us back to something, especially the space station. Don't want to go floating off into space anywhere. We have a safety tether for that, actually.
Oh my goodness, we got an astronaut application. This is from Elise Basham, and it says, "Why would you like to be an astronaut?" "Because I want to see what Earth looks like on the outside." That's a good goal. "Why will you be a good astronaut?" "Because I like space." Well, Elise, I think you meet the basic requirements. I'm going to go ahead and pass this on to our chief astronaut.
First question here is from Devin Yarklitz, and he wants to know what my favorite spacesuit is. Each spacesuit is needed for its particular job. Just in case the capsule that we're in has a leak or something, we're protected. And that's a good thing, because that's what spacesuits do. They protect us. When we go up and down, either on the space shuttle or the Soyuz or the new spaceships coming, we have to wear a launch and entry suit. The American launch and entry suit is called ACES. It looks like this, and it's orange. We have a big helmet, and it's pretty big. The Russian on the Soyuz, the Russian spacesuit called Sokol, it is a really neat spacesuit. It's a lot lighter weight, and it fits into the compact area that we get inside the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. If we decide to go outside, we have to wear a spacewalking spacesuit, and we got 2 different types aboard the space station. One is the American Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or the EMU. You can see it right here. It's white. We wear different color stripes depending on who's the EV1 and EV2, so we can tell each other apart, because we all look very similar in the spacesuits. And then the Russians have an Orlan, and I had a chance to go in a Russian spacesuit. It's a lot like the American EMU. So those are 4 different spacesuits plus this flight suit. Great question.
This one's one of my favorites. Gives you an idea of how big our spacesuits are. They really are. And I think this astronaut is on an asteroid or maybe the moon. Either way, that's pretty cool. Anyone who wrote one of these fan mail letters from elementary school, they could be the one walking on the moon or walking on an asteroid someday.
How long does it take to go back home? How long does the food last? What does it feel like when you're floating? Bye. Hope you enjoyed what you read. Sincerely, Elena.
I mean, did this even have postage? Or did the post office just bring it?
If you have a moment, and could share your advice as an astronaut and successful woman of science to a young girl who cannot stop talking about all the experiments she wants to conduct when she lands on Mars, we would be forever grateful. Well, Ileana, I would say keep up that excitement, and the most important thing is to keep asking questions. Keep that curiosity alive to explore, to study, to learn about science, technology, engineering, math. Follow what it is that you're passionate about. Your dreams can come true. I know that for a fact.
Greeting, astronaut apps. I'm a high school physics and astronomy teacher at Ridgeline High School. I would like to start a wall of astronaut photographs adjacent to the display of my space patch collection. And she has a photo of all the patches that she has on the wall. Well, Emma, as a super teacher, you're continuing to inspire the younger generation. I'd like to thank you for your work. Thank you for the hard task that you have. Woo-hoo! To teachers. Woo-hoo!
Dear astronaut Dr. Kim, my name is Gracie. I'm in the 3rd grade. I thought it was funny how you got called in the grocery. If I got called there, I would go crazy. We went crazy too. I was in the grocery store with my wife when I got the call from the selection committee that I was selected as an astronaut, and it was a very memorable time.
Hi, my name is Carolyn. I go to Charlotte Preparatory School in Charlotte, North Carolina. Did you know that my middle name is McLean? Stop. Stop. Stop the film. Track this girl down. Bring her to NASA. Your middle name is McLean. It's spelled the same way. You go to Charlotte Preparatory School. Charlotte's my middle name. And you wrote me on my launch day. Holy cow.
Ah, what a beautiful card. It's a unicorn dog. You're more amazing than a dogacorn. That is quite a compliment, Jory. Thank you so much. This is beautiful.
Look at this one. This is so colorful and pretty. This one is even on both sides. Look, and has all the planets. Does it have Pluto there? Ah, yeah. After my own heart, there's Pluto at the bottom.
Got some real artists out there. This is Lucas, 3rd grade. Did a great job of depicting our entire solar system. I love it because Pluto is still there.
Is Pluto a planet, or did Pluto explode? As far as I know, Pluto has not exploded.
I think that's it.
Thank you so much for the fan mail. It means a lot to us.
Thank you, everyone, for your letters.
I am so thankful that everybody took the time to write me on this Thanksgiving, and it's going to take me forever to go through all of these, and I love it. Thank you.
Thanks for the letters. Thanks for all the questions. Keep them coming. We love it. We love it.
It is so nice to see all of this fan mail and to know that everybody is thinking about us here at NASA, especially during the holidays.
From the entire astronaut corps, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Have a happy holiday and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for the mail, and keep it coming.
Happy Thanksgiving from Johnson Space Center, everybody.
By the way, we just got to 1 million followers on Twitter. Couldn't do it without you. Tweet us your fan mail questions. Hashtag Ask NASA. Hashtag NASA. Hashtag Dragon. Hashtag Spacewalk. Hashtag Artemis. Hashtag Starliner. Hashtag the universe.
We've had people that gotten sick.
The NASA Kennedy launch team has persevered through a global pandemic to get a Mars rover named Perseverance to the launch pad on time.
But yeah, Perseverance, what a perfect name.
The cloud of doubt the virus cast over the Mars mission and how NASA overcame it. Next on the Rocket Ranch.
EGS Program Chief Engineer, verifying no constraints to launch.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Welcome to space.
The Mars rover Perseverance came to the Kennedy Space Center from JPL in California in mid-February, just before it was confirmed COVID-19 was starting to spread in the United States. NASA's Launch Services Program Senior Launch Director, Omar Baez, is at the helm of a mission to launch the Perseverance to the Red Planet, and the current pandemic has made this already difficult and challenging task that much more daunting. Omar took some time from his hectic schedule to share his team's journey to launch Mars 2020. Hi everyone, I'm Daryl Nail, your host for today's Rocket Ranch, and we want to let the audience know first that due to the community spread of COVID-19 here in Florida,
I'm here at my home, and I'm speaking to Omar Baez of the Launch Services Program remotely. So it looks pretty spiffy there in your spot there, Omar. Is that a NASA studio? Where are you?
Yes, so this is not a NASA studio. This is actually my dining room. I've put, some logos around, and this is not a professional environment, and but it's much more comfortable than being in a stuffy studio somewhere with the lights on you.
All right, well, comfort is key. And of course, we appreciate the conversion of your dining room to a makeshift studio. I want to ask you first, how excited were you when you saw that you were going to be the launch manager in charge of sending the Perseverance rover on its way to Mars?
So I started seeing this mission come up on our manifest about 5 years ago. And the excitement with the Mars missions is always elevated, especially for me. I was able to get in on the Mars missions, beginning with Sojourner back in the 96-97 time period, followed up with the Spirit and Opportunity mission where I was launch director on those two, and also with Curiosity when it flew. So I've got a special relationship with Mars. My name's one letter off of that name, Mars, so I enjoy that. It's a cool place to go, and I know it's very hard to do it. And I have respect for everybody that's ever tried to do it. We've had a lot of failures in getting to Mars, and it's not as easy as we make it look. And I'm looking forward to making this one a success too.
And we are wishing you great success as well. Currently, Omar, the state of Florida is in the midst of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, as you know. Traditionally, it's very important that your launch teams work very closely together. So when did you know that this could impact the Mars 2020 launch?
At first, I was in denial that any of this was going to affect us. And then we happened to be working the Solar Orbiter mission, which had a European contingent. And this was back in February when we launched that. And I saw that what the effects of the virus was doing to that team as they came back from Europe during their holiday time. And it was affecting their families and their travel, and Corona wasn't a word we were using in the January, December, February time period. So I didn't know the extent at that time of what it would do to us. And when I saw the country shutting down, I thought for sure, there is no way we're going to be able to continue this. Because we've been through missions where we're limited in people, or we're remote, or we have, we're in a furlough, so we're down to minimal essential people. We did that through the MAVEN mission to Mars a couple of years ago. We worked through the furlough. We were able to get it done. But this was everybody. Everybody shut down. The airlines are shut down, restaurants. It was hard to imagine that we would be able to do Mars 2020 in Mars in this year. I was seriously thinking Mars would be Mars 2022.
Wow. And that's because we can only launch a mission to Mars in about a month-long window every 2 years when Earth and Mars orbits are aligned on the same side of the sun. So what did you do?
We worked to get an exemption for Mars 2020, and what that meant is we had to. It was mission essential work only, and so we immediately went through plans on what that would look like, and I think we've revved that plan 10 times in the last couple of months. So it's been a learning experience as we go on. At first, you're hearing about this virus, but it's not really here. It's in places like New York or Washington State, and it hadn't hit Florida, it hadn't hit Brevard County. And so there was things that we were doing that we were planning for that we had to make shifts. We couldn't run a flight readiness review like I do in conditions where we don't have pandemic, where we have a bunch of people show up, we gather together in a big meeting room. We go over the presentation. We dry run the presentation beforehand with all the teams. I'm able to have small talk with the team to be able to adjust the presentation to what it needs to be for when we actually roll out that presentation in a launch readiness review. And so the idea of using a online tool such as Microsoft Teams or WebEx was just foreign to that environment for us. And we quickly came up to speed. The applications for online collaborating are okay. They're not perfect, but we were able to use them and use them effectively and get all the work that we needed done accomplished. Now, can I say that I took the opportunity to train a bunch of new people? No, it had to be the essential folks. There wasn't a lot of bench strength. If some of the people, and this is going further on, we learned from other programs as to how they would staff their control rooms and so forth. And we took a lot from the DM2 mission and their rehearsals as to how we apply that to our work in Hangar AE, or the way the review process or the reviews end up taking place. And so putting that package together, where I normally would have a team of folks that I could get in a room, we'd all decide how everything goes, where we put everything. We have to do all that virtually. It's not the same. You lose some of it. So I have to balance, is the material worthy of making it into a NASA flight readiness review? Are we going to inform our stakeholders the correct way?